June 1, 2020. My little script here, remind everybody that we're doing this remotely. Everybody's in a remote location. If the members of the public can participate by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting, and on that screen you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or sign up to speak on particular items. You'll only be able to speak during the meeting if you follow the instructions on the screen under the Sign Up to Speak tab. Once the item is called, no further speaker signups will be allowed. Please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to download the Zoom application and sign up to speak. The recording secretary will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Marks?
Here.
Commissioner Euring?
Here.
Commissioner Weil? I think he's muted.
This is going to be interesting.
Can we unmute
Here.
him?
Here.
There you go. Okay.
Vice Chair Mazza? Can he hear Vice Chair Mazza?
I see John and Alyssa, but for some reason we can't hear him.
Well, let's keep going.
I see him. He's in the waiting room and under a different address. Can we let him in? Maybe that's the one he's using. You might have two devices going right now.
Vice Chair Mazza?
Okay, Kathleen.
Chair Jennings?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you have a quorum.
Can I have a report? No, we need a motion on the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
I move approval of the agenda with, are we going to continue the last two items? I saw an email on that, wasn't sure.
Yes, that's the applicant's request, is to continue 5C and D.
Okay, so we'll be move to approve continuing items C and D to a date uncertain, or is there a date?
Let's continue it to June 15th.
June 15th. So that's my motion.
Second.
All in favor? We have to do it by roll call. Okay. Chris?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And me, yes. Is John? Can you hear
I think John's on now. John, we could see the ceiling in your room, I think. Can you adjust the camera and unmute?
There he goes. Whoops.
We got you now.
John?
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to hang up then. Right?
Okay. Push the phone away from your mouth first to see if we can still hear you. Talk again? Yeah,
Here
okay.
I am.
You're good. Okay. All right. Motion, John, is to approve the agenda with C and D, under 5C and 5D, continue to June 15th.
It was supposed to be 2 meetings from now, according to the letter, which was July 6th.
There's no meeting on July 6th.
On the calendar, it's on there.
Adrian, was the request to, okay, they would like a date uncertain. So let's continue it to a date uncertain.
Okay, then I amend my motion.
Right, and the seconder was Steve. You okay with that?
I will go with his amended motion.
Okay, fine.
And that's to a date uncertain, correct?
Yes.
Date uncertain. All right, let's vote again. Chris?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Yes, for me. Okay, that concludes that item. We're on to the report on the posting of the agenda.
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 22nd, 2020.
Thank you. Staff update on the Woolsey fire rebuild process. Richard, I presume.
That's right.
Good evening, Chair Jennings and members of the Planning Commission. I'll give you a quick update on where we are with the fire rebuild process. If I may have the next slide. What we have here is just to show the approvals that the Planning Department has issued related to fire rebuilds. You can see the breakdown here. This comes directly from the city's website. You can see that there are 70 homes that were like for like, 151 homes where, or homes, I should say, where we added up to 10%, and 13 were major changes. I realized that number was higher the last time that we reviewed this with the Planning Commission. what I did was I went back because later in this presentation, I'll talk about the square footages we had, and I added and I looked at those 18, and I realized that 5 should not be on there, as some of those were actually CDPs that were for whole new homes that were actually issued by the Planning Commission around 2013. Homes were under construction at the time of the fire. And so,
Richard, you're cutting in and out.
Everybody is.
apologize. If this is it better now?
It's a little better now.
Does
Yeah.
seem better, yeah.
Okay. So I was explaining the difference in those numbers, and what it was is the majority of them, and the reason why that number went down in that major change category was that those were homes that were for CDPs, and they were under construction prior to the fire. The site burned, and planning verifications were given to them to restart construction. And the way our database was working, since those were vacant lots, it was showing as 0 square footage. And then when you put the 5,000 square foot home that was previously approved on there, it started showing it as a major change, when really it was just what was previously approved, and they were just restarting construction again. So that's why that number got smaller. And as I mentioned later in this presentation, I'm going to discuss what that 13, what that was like and how many square feet were added. May I have the next slide? This is a breakdown of the types of applications we're seeing. Lately, we've primarily been seeing just planning verifications. We have received a couple applications for temporary homes and one for someone wishing to add more than 10%. I would like to remind the public that we are coming up on the current deadline for what was granted in terms of fee waivers. If projects are not deemed complete or approved by the end of this month, the planning department will start to have to, under the current resolution of the planning of the city council, start charging for those applications to move forward. The fee waiver program, though, on terms of building and safety applications and the plan check review and permit issuance process, those are going to be, the fees will be waived until we're looking at the end of this year. If I may have the next slide, please. To date, with the fee waiver program, we've issued a total of $2.8 million worth of fee waivers. And once again, there is the deadline there, as you see, June 30th for the application, and then that also applies to any waiving of planning department fees. And once again, just to be clear with everybody, it's important that those applications be deemed complete or approved. If someone submits an application right before the fee waiver deadline of June 30th, if that application is just submitted, that does not lock in the fee waiver program and the ability to have your fees waived as given to us by the council. If I may have the next slide. What you see here is the building and safety statistics. You've got 69 homes under building and safety plan check review. 100 homes are under construction, and we were able to have another final completed last week, so our number of completed homes went from 2 to 3. And what I'd like to talk about next is the question that was posed by Commissioner Euring at the last meeting on what are we seeing in terms of these additions. So of the 13 homes that are going to be bigger, and by bigger I say more than 10% the size of what they were prior to the fire, 2 of those were coastal development permits, and those 2 were seen by the Planning Commission. And the average of those homes was around 3,800 square feet. And what was approved on average was a little over 7,100 square feet. So roughly about almost a 50% increase in size. Your average was 3,800, and there was an addition of roughly 3,300. Yes, 3,300 square feet. The remaining applications of the 13, so the 11, those were all administrative plan reviews that were approved at the staff level. Now, these are for anything, on average, the homes were around 3,300 square feet. Some were larger, some were upwards of 4,000 square feet. But the majority of the homes were in the mid 3,000s to low 3,000s. And that means that somebody could have roughly put 10%, and that wouldn't be on this list, and that's roughly about a 330 to 400 square foot addition. So that wouldn't trigger this list. But on average, of those 11 homes, we saw roughly about 1,100 square feet being added to them. And when I looked at the breakdown of what these people were adding to their homes, it's primarily basements. And that's why you see roughly 1,100 square feet being added. Because under our TDSF rules, if you build a basement and that basement is less than 1,000 square feet, it doesn't trigger an increase in your TDSF. And so that's mainly what we saw. 4 of those were basements. There was another larger project, roughly about 800 square feet, and that was for a large garage. We had an applicant who wanted a larger garage. And then there was another 2 properties that added a barn accessory structure and a garage. And those properties were between 800 and 900 square feet. And some of the other additions that we approved were in the 500 square foot category. So I hope this answers Commissioner Euring's question about what we're seeing. As I mentioned, just to recap, on average, staff is approving about 1,000 square feet additional to these homes. That would be roughly, if you minus the 10% out, about 700 to 600 square feet beyond what a planning verification would allow. I'm available for any questions. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to add, actually, this will be the last presentation that staff makes about fire rebuilds to the Planning Commission. Day forward, there will be, of course, a reporting, usually at the first hearing of the month, to the City Council. But at this point, all of our statistics, we've managed to get those on the city's website, and we're essentially cutting and pasting a lot of those statistics into our presentation here. So this information is available on the city's website under Malibu Recovers. And also, if there are specific addresses, as we've been doing for folks that they have questions about, we are also fielding public records requests for neighbors who are concerned about projects in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Let's see if it answers the questions. Not any questions for Richard? I'm sorry, John Mazza?
Yes, Richard, you mentioned that the council's having an item on their agenda Monday. And I read that item and I didn't see any final date. So as I understand it, if you're having a lawsuit or something, and it takes 5 years to do it, you still get all these fees waived, or is that something that's not there? Because I didn't see one.
The council has an item on June 8th to discuss fee waivers. So at this point, none of the deadlines from the current resolution have been changed. All of those are in effect. If someone, in terms of the deadlines for rebuilding a non-conforming structure, there are provisions in the municipal code for fire rebuilds that would allow you to request a further extension of those deadlines. But at this point, it's entirely within the council's hands to address any sort of extension or changes to the deadlines in the fee waiver resolution they have adopted.
Well, my question is it an oversight that nobody put in the staff report that this is apparently open-ended? You don't need an extension if they say, the way the staff report's written, if you have some other reason, you can get it waived and it never says until when or anything like that. And so I'm just wondering if, it goes on forever. I know you can get an extension. I think it's limited to one time.
We'll have to see what the council does on the 8th. I don't have any other information.
Okay, I hope somebody reminds them.
Did you,
that we need a deadline somewhere.
Steve?
Richard, just a quick one. That report you just gave us on large houses, is there something in writing you can send us?
What kind of information would you like?
If you,
Just what you just gave us.
I think Commissioner Euring, why don't you just communicate with Richard separately and he can send you an email or provide whatever it is that what you need.
We'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions? All right, that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much, Richard. Let's go on to written and oral communications from the public. This is item 2A. Kathleen, do we have any requests to adjust the commission on items not on the agenda?
We have Norman Haney, Paul Grisante, and that looks like it. Just those two.
Okay, let's take Norm Haney first.
Mr. Haney, you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Jennings and fellow planning commissioners. There are a number of projects that are in the queue that are best suited to be heard in an open forum, not in the type of hearing situation that we have right now. And I was thinking about how that could be done and get some of these projects moving. One of them, of course, is my project. But it seems to me that at the dais, the individual planning commissioners and city council members could be separated at least by 6 feet apart. And they could also have a shield, a clear plastic shield dividing them from their adjacent planning commissioner or city council members. People could be let in to the hearing room when their project comes up. And as you know, there are very few projects that have more than 10 people as participants. Those 10 people could come in, be allowed in when their project comes up. They could make their presentation one at a time, of course, and most of them could stand and be 6 feet apart, wearing a mask. Those people that have difficulty standing or would like to sit, they can bring in a beach towel that's clean, set it down, sit down, and wait till they're called to the podium. The only thing that would be required is that after a person speaks at the podium, the mic would have to be disinfected. But I think that there are ways, there may be other ways, to safeguard having a back and forth type of discussion in the existing city council chambers, planning commission chambers, similar to what we've had in the past, but safe. Once a hearing is over, those people would be asked to leave and new people would come in for their hearing, and so on and so forth. And that way there'd always be very few people in the council chambers and at any one time. And we could move through some of these projects that are a little more complicated or more people would like to speak than what's going on right now. I was told specifically that my project would not be heard. Actually, it was the city council that mentioned it, until more people could participate easily in a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Norm. I appreciate that.
Right.
Paul Grisati is up next. Kathleen, have you got Paul Grisati?
He's on the list. Let me check if he has left the room. I do not see him listed.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are.
Gotcha,
Good.
Paul.
Mr. Grisanti, you may begin.
Thank you ever so much. And this is not on the agenda, and it's more of a curiosity for the planning department in general. Recently, during the the special meeting of the city council at 3:00 in the afternoon, there was a call in from Bruce Silverstein telling them that people were in the process of tearing up the Smith parcel. And I'm curious if which was on our early maps as being entirely ESHA. And I'm wondering if there was ever a determination of the boundaries of the wetlands and the boundaries of the ESHA area, and did they have a permit for having that equipment on that property and removing that vegetation?
At this point,
Go ahead, Bonnie, you want to respond?
sure. If are you finished with your comments, Paul?
I'm finished with my comments. I'm just curious
Okay.
as hell.
I didn't want to cut you off from your 3 minutes. All I can tell you at this point is that we sent staff down to stop the work that was going on. We are investigating. I'm not aware of a wetlands delineation or anything that the city has on file for that property. So that's all I can tell you at this point. We got numerous calls about it and sent staff over to stop the work right away.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Are there no other speakers, Kathleen?
That's the case. There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 2B. This is Planning Commission staff comments and inquiries. Commissioners, who would like to go first? Steve.
Again, this week I heard from people regarding short-term rentals. I realize we're having trouble getting that on the agenda, but that's the topic that keeps popping up. And Bonnie, let me follow up on Paul's question. Is that whole property mapped as an ESHA as far as the city is concerned?
The LCP ESHA maps were created by the Coastal Commission based on aerial maps that are of some kind of elderly vintage. I haven't looked at the property. I can look it up for you in the next few minutes, but any development that happens there is going to require a site-specific biological assessment, and any development in the Civic Center specifically requires a wetlands delineation. So before anything happens there, that needs to be done. So to answer your question, I can look up the ESHA map, but I don't know. It seems to be conventional wisdom that it's mapped that way, but I can look it up pretty easily if you give me just a second.
Okay, thank you.
When I carry
Okay.
on, I'll get back to you.
Other commissioner comments? John.
On that particular item, I have looked it up, and on the 2002 map, which we've never changed, it's all ESHA. My question would be, when you read the LIP, it says that to change an ESHA, you need a map amendment, and you're supposed to do that every 5 years. But as I understand, we've never done it. So how do we get around that?
So let me get back to the meeting. The LCP does call for updates to the ESHA maps every 5 years. It is a rather involved undertaking. It's been put on the work plan a couple of different times, and it has most recently been removed from the work plan and postponed to a future fiscal year by the City Council due to limited resources. The updating of the ESHA maps really is not does not affect whether or how a property is developed. It is a screening tool. It doesn't, just because something's mapped ESHA or not mapped ESHA in the LCP maps doesn't dictate what happens or what the development standards are that will apply to that property. It's really a screening tool. So for example, if somebody wants to develop a vacant property, they have to do a biological assessment. So the property might not be mapped as ESHA, but if the biological assessment determines there's ESHA on the property, then the ESHA development standards will apply. And so the reverse is also true.
Okay. On Norm's point, I was going to bring that up. The guidelines in the state now allow churches to have 100 people in them with distancing. And I don't see what the difference between a church is and a planning commission meeting or a city council meeting,
I do.
except for the swearing. So I hope we push this along rather than stall it, because summer is here. People are very frustrated trying to get in this meeting. I've talked to, and usually there are people over 60, obviously, but they don't feel that they can get in. So we're not really giving the public comment. And there's a lot of things that need to be done. The ADU and the short-term rental, just to name a couple. So I really hope that the city staff does not push this off. In Orange County, I've seen several meetings of city councils in their chambers with people. Okay, so I hope that happens. Now, what is the status of the short-term rental and ADU staff reports? Once we get open, can we have them on the first couple meetings? Or are we going to get told, well, we have to do a staff report and that'll take a month or two?
As we've been reporting to you, we're working on those items concurrently with all the other things we're doing right now. What will have to happen is that public noticing must take place, the 21-day public notice, as soon as we know that we can open and get these items calendared. That's what'll happen.
Okay, and then my last comment is, summer's here. You can tell by driving on the highway, even though people aren't tourists on the weekend, aren't commuters, they certainly are on the weekends. And we have several open items. One especially is Nobu and Soho. And it's been, I think, almost 6 years since that violation was noticed. And I think it's probably been close to a year since we've heard it. So I either want to hear it, or I would like to have compliance, or I'd like to have a revocation hearing. And I don't know how we get that done, but it's going on a decade pretty soon if we don't do it. It's been over 6 years. And I believe it's been almost a year since we had our hearing when they were supposed to come back with us. I checked with, I can't remember who, somebody in Public Works, and the paddles aren't even scheduled to go in. There's something wrong with the paddles. And last hearing we heard, they were going to solve part of the problem by putting in these yellow paddles, but they're not here. And that was months ago. So I would like to have something happen on that. Also, I get called all the time on ADUs. And that's something that the public really actually wants to have clear. And I know we say you can have the second unit and all this stuff, but that's a CDP, and these people want to put in ADUs. So I hope we can do that too in the beginning.
Right. And as I said, we are working on both of those ordinances concurrently with the other things we're working on. The 60-day timeline for a complete application still applies to ADUs. So yes, it would be a coastal development permit, with the exception of the junior ADU, which is not considered development, that requires a coastal development permit. So anybody that is interested in ADUs needs to contact staff directly, and we can guide them about how they can apply for that today.
Okay, but there's no ability to walk up the counter and say, here's my application, and I don't have to go to the planning commission.
The only thing that doesn't require a planning commission approval is a junior ADU, because that is carved out of somebody's existing house. That is where somebody takes a bedroom and carves it out of their existing house with no expansion. So that's
right.
Why that's not considered a CDP. The Coastal Commission does not require a CDP for those.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just telling you, there's a lot of frustration.
Well,
and now on Sobo and Noho,
apply today for that.
On Soho,
you got a list,
Nobu,
John?
Is there any possibility we can either have enforcement action or something? before the middle of summer where all this craziness is going to happen?
Richard can give you a very brief update on that. It's not on the agenda tonight, so we're not going to get into a full discussion, but he can give you a very brief update.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's wait till staff comments for that. And then further comments, if not, I'll make mine. I agree with Norm's point. I don't think that that these meetings are serving either the applicants or the public in general well, and that we need to get back to meetings where we can have face-to-face contact as quickly as we possibly can. I think at the same time, however, that we ought to maintain this video link up, even though we'd be sitting in the council chambers, so that people could sit at home and have their pajamas on or whatever, and still be able to comment on what's going on. That's my comment. The other comment I would make is that I had a great love for the first ESHA maps, which showed the parking lot outside my office here to be ESHA because there were trees covering the asphalt and it couldn't be seen from the air. Okay, and one other comment. As far as my reading of the ordinance that passed that we had in front of us that came through is that you got column A and column B. Either you passed an ordinance which met, each city had to either pass an ordinance which met these requirements, or you got this ordinance, which is the one the state wrote for you. So how we're treating that as I don't know whether we're treating that as effective or not, but it was pretty clear in the legislation that either you passed an ordinance that met the requirements or you get this one. Now, staff comments.
So I think I can address that, but I think you have a couple other commissioners that wanted to say something also.
I thought I just asked everybody. Hold on, then I'll go back to them. Chris.
Okay.
No, that's all right. Yeah, so I just did want to point out, just following up from what Norm had called out, it looks like there is some guidance kind of coming from the EPA and the state, which maybe we could start to use. I don't know that we could get some of these bigger ticket items out there. I will say I'm glad to see that looks like we're putting some video out for the presenters today. I'm curious of how that'll help. And I just be cautious about trying to push these bigger ticket meetings, because there's going to be, they're going to draw a bigger crowd. So that kind of breaks the mold that at least Norm talked about. So I don't know. It would probably be good if we could have some type of a working session or something, just try to sketch out what this might look like.
David?
I just want to say, given the events in the world today, I hope everyone takes to heart doing unto others, because it's a good time. Keep that in mind.
Thank you. Maybe planning commission meetings are like a church after all. Bonnie, staff comments?
It's just to clarify your comment about what the city is required to implement for cities that are in the coastal zone and have a local coastal program. The ADU legislation does not override it. Specifically calls out that it doesn't supersede the Coastal Act, and so the portions of the city's LCP that are different or more restrictive than the ADU law, we still have to enforce, such as total development square footage, ESHA standards, things like that. We are required to abide by the no public hearing requirement and the processing timeline of the 60 days from a complete application.
Right, and that's where I think the confusion was, because you talked about how an ADU would have to come before the planning commission, and my understanding is that the no public hearing requirement eliminates that.
Right.
Even for a CDP.
Right. They would come before the planning commission. It looks like other cities are doing this where it's reported to the planning commission, but they're not appealable at the local level.
Right.
So it's going to be kind of a weird animal once it does get created, but that's what we're looking at.
Okay. Do you have further reports, or are we ready to move on?
No, just that the city council will be taking up the next fiscal year's budget on June 8th, along with an item to discuss fee waivers. There's no staff recommendation in that fee waiver item, so that's why it's open-ended for discussion and feedback from the council. And I think that's all my comments at this point.
You did mention that Richard was going to make a response to something that John had raised.
Yeah, Richard, if you want to just very briefly mention, because we've got a lot of things to get through tonight. Soho and Nobu.
Yes. I did reach out to both restaurants Nobu did not want to meet with us because they felt that it was inappropriate that we would be reaching out given the circumstances that the businesses have been facing with the closure of COVID-19. The folks at Soho were willing to meet, and I will be setting up a meeting with them. But we did receive a letter from Nobu that they would discuss with us any reopening plan. So we will follow up on that again. But as I mentioned, it was difficult to bring both parties to the table so that we could have a discussion about what to do for this upcoming summer season.
Thank you, Richard. Questions for staff? None? Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. We have 4 items on the consent calendar. Are there any that anybody on the commission wishes to pull? Steve?
3B2.
3B2. Anybody else?
Quick question.
Okay, thanks.
I did want to pull 3B3 just for a quick
3B3.
question.
Okay, these are both for questions. Kathleen, is there anybody on the audience that has signed up that wants to speak on an item or pull an item? Or
It looks like, I think some staff wanted to pull 3A1. I'm not certain if that's the case, Bonnie.
No, that's, sorry, that is, we're not pulling 3A1.
Okay.
And let's see, we have, just double checking. No, nobody from the public, it looks like, wants to pull anything else.
Okay, so that leaves us with 3A1 and 3B1, both of which require motions. Can we?
I move we receive and file.
They're not receive and file. They're motions, John.
Okay, I move we approve item 3B1 and 3B2.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that?
3A1 and 3B.
I'm sorry. Yes, the motion should be 3A1 and 3B1, right, John?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I second.
Okay, David, thank you. Is there further discussion? If none, let's take a vote. Chris? Well, no, Kathleen gets to do that. Let's call the roll, Kathleen.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Mazza?
Yes.
Commissioner Weil?
Yes.
Chair Jennings?
Yes.
Commissioner Marks?
Yes.
Commissioner Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, fine. That takes us to 3B2, which is a de minimis waiver for a new on-site wastewater treatment system for a Woolsey fire affected parcel at 5924 Bonsall Drive. Steve, you wanted to pull this one, did you?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. In the staff report, it says that this wastewater treatment system complies with Malibu Municipal Code. And in the code section 15.42.070, is a section dealing with septic tank requirements. Does that mean that this, when you do these things, they tie into that section of the municipal code? That municipal code is used to define that septic system?
Yes, that is, those are the plumbing requirements that are part of the building code.
Thank you very much. That's all I need.
Okay, can we get a motion then on or that's a receive and file, I believe.
Were there any public speakers?
Really? Okay.
Motion?
No. I'm going to see. We're going to open a public hearing and see if there's anybody there that wants to talk about this. Is there anybody there, Kathleen?
Nobody has requested to speak on this.
Okay, that's 3B2. Then I will close the public hearing.
Make a
I move
motion.
we receive and file.
It is a receive and file. So we'll move on to 3B2, or I'm sorry, 3B3, which is an administrative coastal development permit for the property at 5853 Bush Drive. Am I reading this correctly? To install a new on-site wastewater treatment. If I got that right?
Yes.
3B3?
Yes.
Okay. That was Chris's that wanted to pull that.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to clarify, just to kind of disclose that I had talked to the applicant as well as Jessica. And basically, I just wanted to get a little clarity, Jessica, for what was kind of the requirement from the applicant. It sounds like they had pre-Woolsey been asked to do an upgrade to their treatment system. So if you could just kind of give the context, I hadn't seen that in the report, and I thought it just for the awareness of the commission.
Sure. So the property located at 5853 Bush Drive had an accessory structure that was damaged and burned down in the Woolsey fire. due to this damage or the structure being completely destroyed, environmental health, in order for them to rebuild the structure, they need to upgrade their system, which is what this ACDPWF will be approving.
Got it. And then as a follow-up, they'll replace that structure and move forward with life.
Correct.
Okay, that was all. Just wanted to kind of clarify. I didn't see that detailed specifically there. Since I learned it, I want the rest of the commission to hear that.
Okay, fine. Then we'll also open the public hearing on this item. If there's anybody who has indicated a desire to address the commission on this item. Kathleen, you got anybody out there?
I just showed Clive Dawson, who I believe is the applicant.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he just is here for questions. So we'll close the public hearing unless Trevor insists that I actually ask Mr. Dawson if he wants to speak.
Kathleen, did he indicate it's just for questions only?
There's not really a spot to indicate, but not to me.
He had indicated that to me on the phone.
Yeah. Yes. In my correspondence with him, he indicated that he was just available for any questions should they arise.
Okay, fine. Then we'll close the public hearing. We're back at the commission table. I need a motion. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's a receive and file.
Yep.
If there's no action, we will move on then to item 4A, Kathleen, which is the continued public hearings. This is the coastal development permit number 18-035 with variance 19062. This is for the property at 23325 Malibu Colony Drive. This is a matter that we heard once before, or at least it was on our agenda once before. Can we get a staff report, please?
Commissioners, just so you know, while Renika is getting set up with her staff report, we also have Andrew Sheldon here from our Environmental Health Division to answer any questions about the wastewater system, and also Mike Phipps, who is our city coastal engineer. So you can keep that in mind as Renika goes through her presentation.
Okay, we see you there, Renika. Ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Bonnie, and good evening, commissioners. As mentioned, this item was continued from the May 4th Planning Commission meeting in order to allow staff time to update its policy for environmental health review in the Civic Center Prohibition Zone. This prohibition area allows new development as long as it can be demonstrated that there's no net increase of wastewater flow. So the recent update to the city's policy basically reflects the current practice for review in that area. Next slide, please. So the project site is the northeasternmost property within the Malibu Colony Overlay District, which is accessed by a private road. The site is a little less than a third of an acre in size and is developed with an existing single-family residence and associated development. Originally constructed in 1952, a few decades before the Coastal Act. The site is bounded by the Malibu Lagoon to the north and the east, to the west by single-family residences, and to the south by beachfront single-family residences. Because of the site's proximity to the Malibu Lagoon, which is defined as wetland ESHA, the ESHA development standards apply to the project. Because the site will inevitably result in development within the required 100-foot buffer, and variance request is attached to this project. The project has been designed to comply with the 25% development area. Next slide, please. So the project includes the demolition of the existing single-family residence and associated development, and the construction of a new single-family residence and associated development. Next slide. Because, as mentioned before, because of the site's location adjacent to the Malibu Lagoon and Malibu State Beach, the site is subject to coastal hazards and is also subject to the ESHA development standards. This site plan illustrates the project's compliance with the 25% development area, which is defined by the building footprint. Next slide. Here are a couple of elevations that reflect the building facade. The first of which, the south elevation, is what faces Malibu Colony, and the bottom elevation is the east elevation, which faces the Malibu Lagoon State Beach. Next slide. As mentioned before, the project is adjacent to Malibu Lagoon, which is a state park, and is defined as a public viewing area. The next couple of slides demonstrate the project's visibility from the state park. As you can see, so the top image is a reflection of the story of the proposed project with the story poles, and the bottom image on the left is like a photo simulation of what the proposed residence would look like. As you can see, when viewed against the backdrop of the existing development, there are no impacts to visual coastal resources. Next slide. And this is a view taken further south from PCH. Next slide. So there are a few unique issues that were addressed during the development review of this project. The first of which are the Malibu Lagoon overlay, the Malibu Colony overlay standards, which are a set of residential development standards that supplement the general residential development standards. One of the unique standards for this area is that the maximum height allowed for structures is 30 feet, where the general residential development standards allow for a maximum height of 18 feet, and any proposed height increase requires a site plan review. However, in the Malibu Lagoon, the Malibu Colony overlay district development standards allow a permitted height of 24 feet for a flat roof and 30 feet for a pitched roof. Another unique standard within the Malibu Colony Overlay District is that the setback requirements supersede those that apply for the general residential development standards. In the general residential development standards, there's a required 100-foot setback from parkland, but again, the standards within the colony supersede those, so there is no required setback from parkland. Next slide. Another issue that was addressed during the development review is the project's location in the Civic Center Prohibition area. As Bonnie mentioned, Andrew Sheldon is available to answer some of the technical questions related to the environmental health review for development, proposed projects within this area. This project was originally submitted in 2018. I just want to address, there was a host of septic system reports provided to the commissioners, some of which were, they analyzed the original project. The original project proposed for this site included a 6-bedroom house. So you'll see some of the documents that have been forwarded to you include some analysis for a 6-bedroom house, which was the original project. And the project has evolved over time to the project that is before you. Primarily, it had to go through a significant redesign to address the ESHA development standards. So the project was condensed to the 25% development area, and the number of bedrooms was reduced from 6 to 4, which is currently before you today. The site is located in phase 2 of the Civic Center Prohibition area, which phases out the use of septic systems by November 2024. And so there's a host of back and forth that went between the environmental health specialist and the applicant team to ensure the project's compliance with the criteria of the Civic Center Prohibition area. Next slide. Next slide. Another issue that was addressed, which was kind of unique because this project is located on the land side of Malibu Colony Drive. But because the site is subject to coastal hazards, it was reviewed for compliance with the coastal engineering criteria, including the projected sea level rise. The applicant consultant has analyzed this project using the Coastal Commission's recommended sea level rise projections in their 2018 guidance document, and it was determined to be consistent. Next slide. So there were a couple of letters of correspondence regarding this project. The first of which was from some concerned neighbors that live to the west and to the south of this site. The neighbors were concerned about some potential view blockage from the proposed residence. As mentioned earlier, because of the project's location within the Malibu Colony Overlay District, there's a unique set of development standards that do not require discretionary review for development proposed above 18 feet. As mentioned, the permitted height for a pitched roof in this overlay district is 30 feet. And so it does not warrant the protection of private views. Furthermore, the views from which the concerned neighbors have expressed concerns about were taken from second and third story decks, which would not qualify if the project were subject to the discretion required with the site plan review. The places from which the view concerns have been addressed were taken from second and third story decks, which do not qualify as primary viewing areas. There was also comments that came in today from the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth, in which there were several concerns expressed. The first of which was the city's review for the projected sea level rise, which, as mentioned earlier, was determined to be consistent with the Coastal Commission's suggestions in their the 2018 guidance document. There was another a set of concerns raised regarding the proposed septic system and its compliance with the criteria of the Civic Center prohibition area. And as mentioned, there was a lot of analysis that went into this review, and as mentioned, Andrew Sheldon is available to answer any questions regarding that history and how we have landed here with the recommendation. And there was another issue brought up regarding the potential for archaeological resources on the property. And the site is fully developed, like about 69%, excuse me, of the site is developed with either structures or permeable coverage. And staff does not believe there's any potential for the presence of archaeological resources on this site. Next slide. And in summary, I wanted to backtrack. There were a couple of typos. If I want to turn your attention to page 7 of the resolution. Page 7, condition 2, which provides the scope of work that is recommended for approval tonight. There's a couple of typos. The first of which is the height. The reso indicates the height is 28 feet 7 inches. And the actual height is 28 feet 2 inches. So that needs to be corrected. And also in that same condition, page 7, condition 2, the reference to the size of the septic tank is incorrect. I believe the resolution reflects that the tank size is 1,250 gallons, when in fact it is a 1,500 gallon septic tank. And I think that was another comment that was raised by the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth, is that the septic tank was undersized. So that's my fault. There was a minor typo, and the actual size of that tank is 1,500 gallons. And with that, that does conclude staff's presentation. As mentioned, Mike Phipps is available to answer any questions related to sea level rise, and Andrew Sheldon is available to answer any questions related to environmental health review in the Civic Center prohibition area. And staff does recommend adoption of Resolution 20-18 approving the coastal permit and the associated variance. That does conclude my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Renika. Let's do ex parte communication disclosures. Steve?
Yes, I visited the site, met with Marty Randall and the architect, did a tour to sort of get a perspective of what was going on and to get some information regarding the existing septic use. And then I also met with one of the neighbors who had a concern about the view blockage and just got her perspective of what she was talking about. So learned a couple things that were in the staff report, mostly regarding the second unit and how many people actually ever lived there.
What did you learn?
Learned that in that second unit, there was only one person who ever lived in that second unit.
Thanks.
David?
I actually lived in that house with my family in the 1960s for a couple of years. I'm quite familiar with the property. I also met on site. I did a walk around on site, had a phone conversation with Marnie and with the neighbor with view blockage issues. Did not learn anything that isn't in the report.
Chris?
I did a site visit before the last meeting, just solo. Then I did have a call with Marnie. Couple of things I did want to call out. She brought up some of the ESHA history, which I would like to kind of clarify during our discussion, but specifically just kind of what was the condition before and what is it now and how that impacted the setbacks. Also, I got a better understanding of the septic design, basically that it's more based on evaporation rather than percolation, for lack of a better term. So that kind of had some concerns about having the water go into deeper levels. And then we did also discuss the wave uprush study. And again, Trevor, I'm trying to call these out and address them. But if you think I need to go further, just let me know. But the other one was just, I know we got in the project over there near Trancas, we had Coastal Commission go against our findings. I was told that that's because that plan had used an older uprush study. Is this one using the current uprush study that's in line with Coastal Commission's current position? I think that's directed at Bonnie, just so we can cover that by the applicant if needed.
Yes, the wave uprush studies in this case used the most current sea level rise guidance from the Coastal Commission.
And in the prior project, we did not. The one we had on Trancas used an older set.
That was Renika's project. Also, she could answer that. I think that was the case.
Let's not get into the weeds there. We're just doing disclosures of ex parte communications.
I know. It's just so Marnie could address this. I wanted to give staff time to answer.
We'll get back to it in a minute. John?
Sounds good.
Ex parties? John, I can't hear you. Well, now I can't see you. John? Are you there?
Alex, can you unmute him?
Oh, yeah, he is muted.
John, you're still muted. Try holding down your space bar.
He might be on a different device that doesn't have a space bar.
Yeah, on an iPad or something.
I think he was unmuted for a split second.
Yeah, I was. I think that he and Alex might be.
Try again, John.
Am
Try
I
again.
unmuted?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, somebody muted me and I couldn't unmute.
Disclosures, John.
Okay, I went to the site, I looked over the fence, couldn't see much, and I left. I didn't learn anything.
Okay. There may nothing since the last time this came up. All right, so we can open the public hearing, but I think I'm going to. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on the whole issues of the sea level uprush and all the rest of that stuff. But if you have questions for staff, let's go through it and see if for Andrew Sheldon or for for Mike Phipps that we can address right now, that we can, before we open the public hearing, maybe we should do that. So Chris, you've got some?
I did have one more that I didn't quite get to. In Renika's presentation, she said that the residence was it's largely built out. Marnie had mentioned that the colony is basically all fill. So is there any risk of archaeology? Like, is the depth that any construction would it go beyond any historical fill, if that's the case? And maybe that's to Bonnie Renika.
Given the nature of the site and the existing construction that's there, it seems extremely unlikely that there would be any resources that would be affected by this redevelopment of this site.
And is it, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, is it a historical fill for the whole colony there? Is that how it's graded?
I would defer to Mike Phipps perhaps on that question. I don't know the history of that, but I know that Caltrans has put a lot of fill in a lot of places along the highway.
Okay, Mike, you're unmuted right now. Have you got an answer to that, Mike?
I haven't I haven't looked at the geotechnical report for this property per se. I was looking at the coastal engineering, but
the applicant may have an expert available that could answer that too. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Mike. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But what I do want to say is the whole colony is on a sand spit. So that's formed by a combination of coastal and the river processes of the creek coming out right there. So you have a lagoon, and a lot of it is natural. There is some fill that's been placed, but the elevations are still very low. It's the street is only elevation 10.5. So,
can I comment on that?
Okay, John, let's not comment. If you have a question of staff, let's do that. Otherwise, I want to get to the public hearing. So if you have,
in other words, what I understand, the staff is telling us they don't know.
Okay, fine. Other questions? Anybody else? All right, let's open the public hearing then. Who have we got, Kathleen?
We have the applicant team. Marnie Randall will be speaking, and then we have Sean Brown, the project architect, for questions. Kevin Poffenbarger, wastewater system engineer, for questions. David Weiss, coastal engineer. Gareth Kreitz, surveyor. Amanda Starnstrom as the architectural team captain. Rick Hodges as the civil engineer, and Mark Barrett as the geologist. That's the applicant team, and then 2 members of the public, Judith Israel and Brett Howard, wish to speak.
Okay.
So if we're ready for Marnie.
Yeah, I got about the first 5 names of Marnie's team, but I'm going to let her control that. Marnie, are you
Yes, can you hear me?
There? Yeah, we got you now. You've got 15 minutes. You can save some for rebuttal if you wish, but you can divide up the 15 minutes as you choose between your project team.
Quick question, just in Marnie's favor. I know before she had asked if she could be on video. Marnie, do you still want to do that? Or
that's all right. I wasn't expecting it, so I'm on the wrong device.
No problem.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay,
good evening.
Excuse me just a second, Marnie. Can you get 15 minutes up on there, Kathleen?
It's showing 15 minutes on my screen, so it may just be a delay.
Showing 3 on mine. Okay, go ahead, Marnie.
Good evening, Chair Jennings, commissioners, and staff. I'd like to thank staff and the project team. No, don't display slides yet, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. The staff report that Renika prepared and just presented is, as you could see, very, very detailed and thorough. I almost feel as though there's very little for me to say. I do want to point out that the design and technical team had a lot of criteria to consider in the development of this project design, including ESHA setback, neighborhood overlay district, wave uprush requirements based on 100-year projections, etc. And sometimes on a project like this, site planning is driven by these interwoven and sometimes conflicting regulations and requirements, which result in a pretty tight plan. I think the architects have done a pretty good job of responding to all these constraints and concerns and regulations. and have still provided the owners and the community with a thoughtfully designed residence for this site. The letter from the neighbor 3 lots to the west, objecting to the size of this residence, implies that a 2-story residence on this property is a deviation from a current development pattern. If this were a neighborhood of 1-story houses, that might be a valid point, but it's definitely not. The project architect, Sean Brown, met with the neighbor, Ms. Israel, and looked at her second floor view, took some photographs, and discussed with her the constraints under which this project was designed, as well as the goals of the owners, which include building a 2-story house so that they too may have a view from their property. Now, could you put up slide 1, please? Parker, thank you. As you can see in this slide, the neighbor will still have quite a spectacular view after this house is built, which is represented by the story poles. She'll have a view of Carbon Beach, Malibu Pier, the Adamson House, the lagoon, and the Santa Monica Mountains. So she's losing a small view, which is from a second floor and also a non-protected view. I'd like to go on to address Ms. Healy's comments quickly. Renika took care of item 1, 2 through 4, and 5, although I'll go back to that for you, Chris. Item 6 is in the resolution. Ms. Healy asked for a permeable fence around the property, which would be quite impractical next to a park. And a 6-foot-high solid wall was strongly recommended by the city's biologist to contain pets or plants or ground lighting inside the fence. So, and this property really isn't large enough for wildlife corridors in any case. So to get back to the fill issue, Chris, the geology and soils report shows a certain amount of fill on this property. It's not terribly deep, but there was fill placed at the back eastern end of the colony. And so that's one reason that staff doesn't feel that archaeological monitoring is necessary. So with that, I thank you. We're all here to answer questions. We have the architect, the geologist, coastal engineer, the wastewater system designer, the surveyor, and the civil engineer.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. Reserve. How much time was left, Kathleen?
We have 11 minutes and 2 seconds left.
Okay, got 11 minutes left, Marnie, and we will now hear from Ms. Israel.
Ms. Israel, you may start.
Wait just a minute. Brett is going to give up his time, so I'll have an extra minute.
Are we doing that now? I don't know if we.
I thought we were.
No.
They did it for someone at a meeting that I.
No, we're not doing. You can't donate.
Oh, oh, you can't?
Not under the rules we're done. Is he available? Is he on?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm right here.
He can speak.
Okay, if he wants to give up his time for a minute, that's fine. Let's just do that. Is that you?
I probably don't need it, but just in case.
Okay, let's give Judith 4 minutes, and we'll go from there.
And before I start, there's a slides show, and he can start it right after my introduction.
Okay.
Okay, Chair, I added the 1 minute, so Ms. Israel has 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yes.
Okay, starting now. Good evening, commissioners and everyone else. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking concerning the proposed 5,300-foot residential development at 23325 Malibu Colony Road. My 3,100-foot house is 3 properties to the west. Not only will this development completely devastate my beloved east-facing view, but there will be negative impacts on the character and nature of the larger Malibu community. Firstly, the house will be very large at 5,300 feet on an original 1,100 footprint. The second story is approximately 30 feet high with an imposing slanted roof line. The scenic State Parks Lagoon Trail and the historic Third Point public beach views will be impacted. With or without the 100-foot ESHA setback variance, the house is merely feet away from the lagoon trail and the public beach to which it abuts. It will be obtrusively visible with towering and expansive second-story, 30-foot high glass windows and an infinity pool which expands out to the property's limits, overlooking Surfrider Beach. Moreover, the house and occupants will be visible, and likewise their voices and music from the pool will be audible and disturbing to the hundreds of lagoon and public beach visitors, including myself. Additionally, at night, there will be negative impacts from the house and pool lights. Thirdly, no other house in the colony is so visibly exposed to the public from both the State Parks Lagoon and the historic Surfrider Beach public recreation areas. When State Parks renovated the lagoon, they made every single colony yard facing the lagoon trail obscure their homes from distracting park visitors with a 7-foot green fence. Initially, State Parks wanted a 12-foot wall covering and walling in the colony's historic access. Eventually, State Parks compromised with a fence that gave us a 3-foot emergency access walkway covered from public view with native vegetation. Fourthly, there is the consideration as to whether the development, feet from the sand, has conformed to the latest available science on sea level rise. Lastly, in 2018, when the developers bought the house, I wrote a letter introducing myself and welcoming them to the colony community. At the same time, I asked if they had plans to rebuild, because, as I explained, if they did, it could jeopardize my precious view. I suggested we meet and discuss ways to mitigate view loss, but I never received a reply. Unfortunately, I could have offered several suggestions, such as view corridors and a flatter roof with glass exposing the view. That being said, I know and support that everyone has the right to build on their properties, but I also believe that neighbors in a small community should follow the requirements and restrictions and be conscious and considerate of the negative impacts to others, and all should work together to possibly prevent some of the devastating effects from the development. Thank you. And I hope is my slideshow still going?
It is still showing.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Then I can use part of that 4 minutes. Did he change? You can change the slide if it's. No, that's the end? I think that's the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marnie, you have 11 minutes left. Marnie, are you unlocked?
There I am.
There
Here I
you
am.
go. Okay, got you.
Okay, Parker, can you bring up slide 2, please? And slide set 1. Okay, this is a map showing the vantage points from which the following photographs were taken. Can you go to the next, please? This shows that the project pretty well blends in to what you see from the lagoon. Next slide, please. This is the drawing, the house drawn in to the story poles. Next. And this is the house from the eastern side with the story poles with the trees in the background. The roof is sloped to reflect the mountain slope in the background. Next slide, please. Again from the east. Next slide. From the viewing point at the lagoon, you can see the houses in the background are considerably taller than this house. Next slide, please. This is Malibu Colony at night from the back behind this residence. You can see the story poles here. It's pretty brightly lit out there. Next slide. The house, as you can see, will block some of that bright light. The windows on the second floor have shades that close at night. These people have no more desire to be seen than they have to spill light out onto the park. Next slide, please. Again, the story poles with the lights in the background. Next slide. The house which will block the light from the colony and darken the park a bit. Thank you. You can take that down. We don't need to proceed through all of these. Thank you. So I think it's pretty clear that the project has a very minor impact on anybody using the park. And the fact that it happens to take away a view that Ms. Israel has enjoyed for many years is unfortunate, but it is not a protected view. And she still retains this gigantic panoramic view, which I showed you earlier. So I really don't think that there's anything more that we can say about that. We are all here to answer your questions. And if there's anything you would like to know, we're happy to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. That concludes your presentation, I take it, your rebuttal. So Kathleen, is there anybody else that's indicated a desire to address the commission on this subject?
No, just the applicant team is available for questions.
Right, okay. All right, so we'll conclude the public hearing on this item at this time, and we'll be back at the commission table for discussion and questions. Steve.
Yes, I'd like to talk a little bit about the wastewater system and its adherence to the MOU. And just to set the stage, what we've got right now is a 2,139 square foot house. It's got three bedrooms and 39 fixtures. The new house is going to be 5,220 square feet. It's got 4 bedrooms, 5 baths, and 64 fixtures. And the job the staff had to do was to prove that this larger house was not going to discharge any more wastewater that was previously discharged from the smaller house. Now, I've seen a lot of projects where, you know, you give them the answer you want, and if you go to the consultant and come back with a study that supports that answer. And as Renika said, there was a lot of technical work done on this report. And I'd like to sort of just take a few minutes to run through some of that. And if Andrew Shelton is available, I may have some questions for him as I do that. So Andrew, are you there? Can we talk to you?
Yes, Steve, I'm here.
Okay, so let me just start. In June 2018, the applicant submitted a technical study. And this technical study said that the current house, the 2,000 square foot house, the first bedroom was generating 3,000 gallons per day. The second house, the small house, because it was also generating 300 gallons per day, and the separate bedroom in the first house was generating 150 gallons per day. So the total discharge from the existing house was expected to be about 750 gallons per day. So the applicant first submitted an application for a 6-bedroom house, and it had 68 fixtures. And the total flow from that six bedroom house, they computed to be 10,000 or 1,050 gallons per day. And after they did the work to sort of say, you know, we can shorten it, or we can, what's we're going to be after we're done with it, they said the expected discharge when they were through would only be 650 gallons per day. So it went from 750 gallons per day in a 2,000 square foot house to 650 gallons per day in a 6-bedroom house. And Andrew, you guys rejected that study. Is that correct?
Yes, Steve, that's correct.
Why did you do that?
The study was rejected. I was not actually the reviewer on it myself, but the total amount of bedrooms and fixtures was out of proportion with the types of projects that had been approved in the past using engineering analysis. And so staff requested they go back, look again at the state's requirements of the prohibition, which I can get into if you want to know more details, but essentially, just to be brief, the State Water Quality Control Board has a regional office here in Los Angeles who implemented a prohibition on any new discharges in the Civic Center area starting in 2009. And the city entered a memorandum of understanding with that agency starting in 2011. That MOU was updated in 2014 and 2017. and the city developed its own policy to comport with both the prohibition and the MOU requirements beginning in 2011. So the type of development that was shown in that first report was inconsistent with what we had approved in other engineering reports, showing that discharges would not increase either the water loading or the pollutant loading to the groundwater in the Civic Center area.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with you. When I sort of looked at it, said, you know, I went from 750 gallons in a 2,000 square foot house to 650 in a 6-bedroom house. It didn't meet my smell test either, so I agree with what you guys did. So in October 2018, they came back with a second technical report. And this one, again, projected the current house was generating 750 gallons. And the second report, they projected a 5-bedroom, 68-fixture house. And in this 5-bedroom house, the total flow was 900 gallons per day. And they computed the total discharges when they were done working it down to 548 gallons per day. You guys rejected that house also, and I assume it was pretty much for the same reason.
Yes, Steve, that's correct.
Okay. So in February, and the second house, in that second report, the reason that they had 300 gallons per day in that accessory unit, where there's only 1 bedroom, was because they claimed there was a sink in there. And because there was a sink, it generated more wastewater, so they assigned 300 gallons per day for that second residence. They came back in February 2019 with another report. This was for a 4-bedroom, 64-fixture house, which generated, well, and in this case, they got rid of the sink that really wasn't there. And as a result, they reduced the amount of flow from the existing house. And if I go back to the report, there's a response in here that came from the staff, I think, that says, it talks about the second unit and the flows from there. It says, however, based upon the originally permitted bedrooms, plumbing fixtures, the proposed flows cannot exceed the previously permitted flow of 600 gallons per day based upon 3 bedrooms. It should be noted that the guest room was only permitted for 1 bedroom with 9 fixtures and is not considered a full guest house. No city records exist for the kitchen. As such, the flow calculation for the existing bedroom should be 150 gallons per day, not 300. And if that's the case, the total flow from the existing house goes down to 600 gallons per day. Now, on October 2019, they came back with another report. And even though the city told them that the second unit should be allocated 150 gallons per day, they went back and cranked it back up to 300 gallons per day because they made some assumption that there were 2 people actually living in that second unit. So the final report said there were 750 gallons from the existing unit, 750 gallons from this 4-bedroom house with 64 fixtures. And that's why when I did my site visit, I found out how many people were actually living in that second unit. And there was only 1. So using that, the total flow from the existing house is 600 gallons per day. The total flow projected from the new house is 750 gallons per day. So they were discharging more wastewater than they had in the original house. And the MOU does not allow them to do that. Okay. Now, to go on that thing, in the beginning, I asked Bonnie that wastewater permit that we're putting in Bonzel, whether the staff, the Malibu Municipal Code septic tank requirement section applied. And she said it did. That's what they used to determine what the size of the septic should be. If you go to that section 15.42.072, the septic tank requirements, it tells you that for a 4-bedroom house with 64 fixtures, the size of the septic system should be 2,750 gallons. And in this case, they've only got 1,500 gallons. Doesn't work. And there's no variance in the report that says they're moving something from the existing municipal code. So at least from where I sit, okay, they have not met the requirements of the MOU. And if you look at the staff report, or the policy statement that the city put out, there's supposed to be a technical report that goes through this new wastewater system. There is no technical report that talks about the final decision. There's no discussion about, what happens when guests visit. Does that increase the wastewater discharge? You got a much larger house. You got 5 bathrooms. None of that is discussed anyplace. So there really is no technical study that goes through and explains what the new discharge is going to be. So at least from my perspective, the details in the report and the requirement for a larger septic system will not allow me to approve this house.
Okay.
And I'll turn it over to somebody else.
And I just want to clarify, Stephen, that's specifically because it's not meeting the needs of the MOU.
Yeah, the MOU, and Andrew said, you're not allowed to increase the discharges in the colony, okay, in a phase 2 area, period. And this will increase those discharges. And at least from my perspective, look, the Regional Water Quality Board has demonstrated they got a big hammer, right? I mean, we messed with them before and they said, screw you, here, we're going to lay this new requirement on you. So I don't think we want to be screwing around with the Regional Water Quality Board and coming up with reports that really don't make a whole bunch of sense.
Steve?
Thank you.
Yes,
This is John. Are you also saying it does not meet the municipal code as far as the septic tank?
Doesn't meet yes. The municipal code says the septic tank should be 2,750 gallons, and it does not meet that.
So it's not only the MOU, it's the municipal code.
That's correct. Both of those are
okay. And when you did this study,
I would suggest that we
wait.
I would suggest that we get a response from the applicant and from Dr. Sheldon.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this. So you've heard Steve's remarks. Andrew?
Yes. So I'd like to take Steve's remarks one by one, starting with the technical analysis that was performed. So there were 2 technical reports prepared looking at both the bedroom counts and the plumbing fixture counts, and looking at the amount of water that would be generated and discharged to the septic system from both points of view. And the applicant's report successfully demonstrated to staff satisfaction that both the amount of flow in terms of the gallons per day and the pollutant loading in terms of the milligrams or pounds per day of pollutants that the state is concerned about in the Malibu Lagoon area and in the Prohibition area, that neither of those quantities, the flow or the pollutant loads, would increase from the pre-existing amounts. Now, Steve brought up the question of how many people lived in the second unit and the permit status of this. And these are issues that we at the city have been dealing with for a long time in reviewing these types of projects. Well, all types of projects, but with respect to projects in the Prohibition area, we have had conversations with staff at the Regional Water Quality Control Board to get their point of view on whether pre-existing flows had to be fully pedigreed with permits. And the answer was, if it can be demonstrated that they were existing and it was flow, the state doesn't want to get involved in land use, and flow is flow. So that's how we dealt with that issue. In terms of the number of occupants, it's standard practice in wastewater system design in Malibu and in our review of them to look at a unit at the capacity of the unit to hold occupants. So while there may have been, in fact, one person living in that guest unit, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't a fly on the wall at the time, but the engineer's report presented the case in the typical way that we look at these things, with 2 occupants for a main house and 2 occupants for a guest house in the master bedrooms, and then single occupants in each subsequent bedroom in each building. So it did meet the city's requirements from both points of view. I'd like to go on now to the question of meeting the municipal code. So in Malibu, we have a couple of different ways that wastewater is treated. The conventional type of wastewater system, which I sort of jokingly tell people is your grandfather's septic system, has a septic tank as the method of treating the wastewater before it's put into the ground. The newer systems that we require in sensitive areas or sites with sensitive conditions like fractured bedrock, near water bodies, shallow groundwater, are advanced on-site wastewater systems. And this is part of our program, and it's part of our municipal code. The sizing of those systems is not the same as the sizing of septic tanks. So the criteria that Steve referred to actually come from conventional septic tank sizing. And in Malibu, you still can have a conventional septic tank and leach field if your site supports that with appropriate percolation rates and site area. But for treatment units, the footprint is often smaller. And in fact, this system has two tanks. It has a processing tank and it has a filtration tank. We could have the consultant speak a bit more to the sizing criteria for this particular system. But I just want to say, if you dig deeper into our municipal code requirements for septic systems, and I can point any commissioners to that if necessary, those size requirements aren't really applicable to the type of system that is proposed for this development.
Okay, Andrew, just a second. I want to ask Marnie, who is your wastewater consultant? Marnie, can you unmute?
Kevin Poffenbarger.
Okay.
I think if Steve and John have questions of what Andrew just said, it would be better to let Andrew answer those, don't you? Since they both raised their hands just now.
Well,
I mean, it's up to you.
Thank you.
We'll get caught.
You're right. It is up to me. Okay. If you want to carry on, Steve, with what we were talking about with Andrew, go. You have
just a question, Andrew. The second unit. How did you get to the second person in the second unit? Did you?
We always consider there's two people minimum in a second unit because, even if it's one person who signs the lease, they may have visitors or a partner who comes and goes. It's the capacity. So
I think that the
always
short
consider
answer is there are assumptions that go along with some of this stuff, and we don't, the city can't monitor whether, how many people occupy a house. That's why there are generalized things built in. There's cushion built in, and
the waste.
Hold on, Steve. Hold on, Trevor.
Yeah, I just want to point out we need to evaluate this system the same way we do everyone else. So if we always assume two people in these type of rooms, whether or not there's one or not, we need to treat them the same as everyone else. And the other point I just want to point out is that we can't say noncompliance with the MOU as grounds for denial of this application. We need to specify specific findings that are required for the CDP here that we can't make. The MOU is a document that deals with the city and regional water, and it has its own system for resolving disputes.
Whoa! Say that you saying if we can show that this house is discharging more wastewater than the prior house, that's not grounds to deny this project?
No, the Planning Commission is not evaluating compliance with the MOU. And
the staff report says that there's no additional discharge. That's the staff report.
No, Steve, wait. The point is that the issues that are before us are the findings that we have to make in order to grant or deny a CDP, not whether we're in compliance with the MOU or not. So that's what we need to go to is whether or not you can make the findings that are required for a CDP.
I want to go back to Andrew's comment because the MOU, and I'm going to stick with the MOU because I do. The second house only had one person in it. Right? It's only one person in the house. I checked. That's why I went and found out. And that's what the policy that you guys, the city has, says you're supposed to go out and check this stuff. So I checked it and I found out there weren't two people. And if you assigned two people there, you're attributing more discharge to that original house than there actually was. And that's, to me, is not what we're supposed to be doing.
I think what Andrew was saying was, if I heard him correctly, it was that you don't actually look at who's there, you look at what the capacity of the unit is. And the capacity of the unit was to have 2 people in it. That's the standard that's used. John?
Well, I have a general question first. I have never seen us approve a house in the MOU district, or whatever you call it. In fact, specifically, we have turned down houses because of fixture count. For example, the John Hall house on Sarah Road. It was disallowed because it didn't have too many fixtures. That was the sole reason we denied it. And I don't know of any other house that has ever been approved that went from 2 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms. Now, the second question, that's just a point. This is a question for Andrew. We got this staff report, I think, in February. Maybe it was March. Since then, apparently we've had 3 different interpretations. One of them was fixture count. That there's some writing in here about how, oh, gee, it's okay because they're using low flow fixtures. But I guess that didn't fly because low flow fixtures are required anyway. So that one got dropped. There was another one, I forgot the theory on that. And then this one got written this month, or actually 2 days ago this month, well after the staff report. So why, when we have a house come up and it doesn't meet our old standards, do we write several interpretations just for one house?
Commissioner Mazza, you're mischaracterizing what's happened here. When the MOU was put in place, the city then developed a policy to deal with development proposals within the prohibition area. The staff coordinated closely with the regional board staff. The regional board staff declined to get into the details, aside from the fact that the city is reviewing projects to ensure that they're not increasing discharge. Aside from that, the regional board did not want to be heavily involved in how the city administered development review in the prohibition area. The city has been in close coordination with the regional board throughout this entire prohibition things. The city's policies are posted online. There are tons of memos back and forth with the regional board reporting on progress of implementing the prohibition, all the phasing and everything. So there's complete transparency here. What has happened is that as the city staff administered the policy, it became clear that it needed to be updated to reflect different methods of accomplishing the same goal. And that's all that's happened here. This isn't the first project that's been reviewed this way. The commission has approved projects in the colony and along Malibu Road that have complied with the requirements of the MOU and the city's policy in this very same way. So this is not a new thing. This is bringing the policy up to make it more clear what applicants' options are to deal with the prohibition. There's nothing going on here aside from review and approval of projects in compliance with all of the city standards and the MOU.
Well, all I'm saying is Steve went through a whole litany of how it was turned down under prior policies. And then after.
That's not correct.
It is the policy is dated
one at a time,
May 2020. It's dated May 2020.
That's correct. The policy was updated to reflect the ongoing practice going back at least as far as 2017, if not sooner.
Has there ever been a house built in the colony since 2002 from scratch? I know of none.
On a vacant lot or a brand? Yes, there has. I worked on one. Darren Domain was the architect.
If we're consistent, why did we turn down the Hall house?
I don't know the details of the Hall house. What we have before us is a project that complies based on staff's detailed review with the MOU and all of the development standards of the Malibu Colony Overlay District.
I have one other question. It is in the LIP that you count bedrooms by if they're accessible to a bathroom, a room accessible to a bathroom, not labeled a bedroom. And it doesn't appear on this staff report or the plans that the upstairs rooms that have bathroom right there were counted. So when you're talking about the capacity of this house, are we talking about every room being full and people living in those rooms? It doesn't appear to be that way.
Andrew can explain in any more detail about this, but there are certain assumptions that go along with the regulations. It depends on the type of system, whether it's conventional or advanced. There's a lot of technical detailed analysis that goes along with these projects, and there are experts in wastewater that review and design and evaluate them. And so I mean, there's no expectation that a layperson would be able to necessarily, point to a part of the code and understand all of those details in their first crack at it. So, I mean, my only point, the staff or you don't, and it seems clear that you don't.
No. Many times we've disagreed with staff. What I'm saying is our LIP requires you to count bedrooms a certain way. It's stated in this plan, bedroom counts are not what they are supposed to be according to our plan. And the calculations were based on that.
Okay, Andrew.
So therefore, the study was based on faulty data.
Andrew, do you want to explain, if you can, the idea of the bedroom count and the various ways in which you count septic capacity using fixtures and bedrooms and or capacities? You there, Andrew?
Yes, I'm here, and I would like to respond to John. Yes. So, John, the bedrooms are counted based on their proximity to having a full bathroom that includes a bathtub or a shower, either in suite as an attached bathroom, or just down the hall, so that an occupant can go to that bathroom and still maintain privacy. If one would have to move across a living room, for example, we would not, to get to a full bathroom that has a bathtub or a shower, we would not count that bathroom as attendant to that room. So in Malibu, we have large state homes, coming before us all the time that include dens, that include libraries, that include rooms that aren't bedrooms. And there is quite a lot of back and forth in our review team. I can tell you certainly that. And the designers, will often scoff initially at what we tell them that, this we're counting as a bedroom because of its proximity to the bathroom. So that presence of the bathing facility makes all the difference. I can assure you this project's floor plans were carefully reviewed by staff and found to comply with a 4-bedroom total.
So there's no bedroom on the second floor.
I don't have the plans right in front of me right now, but I have looked at them in the past. I did, do a secondary review of everything in preparation for this project coming before the commission, and the bedroom count shown on the plans is at 4 by our count.
Okay. That's your answer. Thank you.
Steve.
I've got one more question for Andrew. Andrew, when I go to the municipal code for septic tank requirements, you're familiar with that? What that looks like, I assume, right?
Yes, Steve. And if I may interject, this is not a septic tank. This is a treatment system. So
that's fine.
Where there's a difference.
But the way this chart reads, it says, okay, from 1 to 6 bedrooms, okay, that if you have one bedroom with 33 fixtures, you get 1,500-gallon tank. That as you increase the number of fixtures against the bedrooms, the size of the tank has to increase. Why is that?
Yeah, it's a good question, Steve. And the reason that it increases for a septic tank is with more fixtures, there's more potential instantaneous flow. that can go through the system and lead to, a lesser level of water quality coming out the other end. Now with a treatment system, that's all designed into it. And the design engineer is looking at the total number of fixtures that are connected to this system and putting their professional recommendation in the report as to what type of treatment is required to meet both the number of bedrooms in the proposed development and the number of plumbing fixtures. So these are site-specific designs that are each tailored to the development project.
What kind of credential, Andrew, does somebody who designed these systems have? I mean, is it a plumber, or is it a plumbing engineer? Is there a hydraulic engineer? What is it who designs these things?
So in the city of Malibu's requirements are consistent with statewide requirements. That at a minimum, the designers be a civil engineer, a registered environmental health specialist, or a geologist. On top of that, the city has additional requirements to be registered with the city, which requires going through training and a registration process that we have at City Hall. So we put on trainings every year where we bring in outside trainers to bring our registered designers who have to do continuing education up to speed with the latest developments in this field.
Andrew, the people who designed and were the consultants on this project, the folks who gave you the information for the 4-bedroom house with the 750 gallons a day discharge were the same people to put together the report for a 6-bedroom house with 68 fixtures generating some amount of discharge that you threw out the door, right? Those are the same people. If you didn't believe them the first time, why do you believe them now?
As I said when I gave my initial response, Steve, it has to do with the consistency with what we've seen before, and what passes the smell test, I think, as you said, or the red face test, as I sometimes call it.
Okay, so let's see if there's some comments from either David or Chris. We've had a lot from both John and Steve.
Yeah, there's one concept I want to run by Dr. Sheldon, if I could. You had said in your earlier comments, and it kind of hit me a little weird, and I'm trying to get my head around it, that there would be no change in the pollutant loading, even though we went from 3 bedrooms to 6. I'm going to guess at an answer, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but since this is a treatment system, and it's designed so that as flows come through it, it's basically quote unquote purifying the effluent and kind of getting it to a state where it could just be evaporated out in the lawn, what have you. It's designed then to effectively treat that pollutant load so that what is stored in the system is comparable to what would be going through the traditional or older system. Is that a correct paraphrasing of how that can work logically?
Chris, that's essentially correct. But it's not what's stored in the system, it's what's coming out of the system. And it is the treatment. It's the treatment that makes the difference. So a conventional septic tank is putting out a certain, quality of effluent. And when you add the treatment, the levels of different pollutants in that effluent that leaves the system and goes into the ground, those levels are lower. So you can, in effect, reduce the total pollutant load by putting in one of these advanced systems. So in the MOU, it does speak to having filtration and disinfection. And that's essentially what the system is that's proposed for this project.
And then the counterparties to the MOU, have they also reviewed this and they're signing off on this approach? I mean, we don't deal with this concept. This is the first time I'm familiar with it. So I guess either Bonnie or Trevor or whoever would be appropriate. Who would be on the other side of our opinion that would be opposed to our approach, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, Trevor?
Well, the regional board is on the other side. So if there's a violation and we're approving projects in violation of our commitments in the MOU, then they would have at their disposal, to take action against the city for violating the MOU we have between us.
So to Steve's observation earlier, we don't want to get in the way of the Regional Quality Board. That's who would come up, quote unquote, against us if we did this wrong. And they're aware of our plan and our proposed approach.
Andrew can speak to that. He actually contacted regional board staff. Our longtime person that we've coordinated with through the whole working out of the prohibition process is Dr. Eric Wu at the regional board. And Andrew has been in contact with him about the revisions to the policy to confirm that, yes, they are still in, and he could speak to this, but in summary, they were always aware that we were, that staff was using a rational analysis that Andrew has described about the demonstration of discharge levels, and confirmed again that, yes, that was, they had no objection to that.
And I want to clarify one more thing, I guess, to Dr. Sheldon. Like, if we need to decrease the pollutant load while increasing the system load, you know, the amount of flow, or whatever, I don't know the right terms, but you have more stuff coming into this thing, you're pushing higher quality of water out, then you just have to kind of invest more in the processing side of this whole system. That's like, what doesn't work logically is how can the math work that you put more in and get less out? It's just you invest more in the middle, I assume. Is that right?
Yes, Chris. That's just it. You invest more in the middle, which is the treatment, the reduction, you know, the process to reduce the pollutant loads. I want to add also, we don't allow them to increase the flow either. So they can't increase the flow or the pollutant loading. But when you use these water conservation fixtures, because there's less water going through the house and every different thing you do, washing your hands, taking your shower, doing your dishes, the concentration of the wastewater pollutants going into the system is actually higher these days with water conservation fixtures. So these treatment systems compensate for that with the reduction. And then, as Bonnie said, I would sort of like to reinforce something. We have checked in with state regional water board staff on this every few years to make sure that we're still in sync, that nothing we're doing here is out of sync. We started looking at these rational analysis approach starting back around 2014. I don't think any projects actually came out the end of the conformance review pipeline until 2017, but it was something we started talking with them about many years ago. And leading up to revision of the city's policy, you know, for May 2020, I did put in another phone call to state board staff. They reiterated what they've said multiple times in the past. They don't want to review our policy. They don't want to review projects. They don't want to be involved in land use decisions. Their job is to protect the water quality. And they want the assurances that we are meeting our commitments to doing that. And the way we do that is by checking in with them, communicating. You know, we make our policy available to them. I did go through the whole thing. I said, you know, last time we talked about this, we talked about rational analysis. Are we still good? Yes, we're still good.
And so you talked at a policy level, not this particular project, but that's a continuing discussion then.
Yes.
Yeah, and then one other quick one, and it came up more when I was talking with Marnie, and then another concept you brought up. We have a holding tank and a treatment tank. If there is a flooding event, in terms of the hydrostatic loads on that, they could kind of pop those tanks up out of the ground if there's localized flooding. Do those tanks have to be filled to any extent? Could they be completely voided and still not breach, you know, in some type of a flooding event like that?
That is a situation that's addressed in the plumbing code and one that's been dealt with. And there have been tanks jumping out of the ground in Malibu Colony years and years ago. But if you talk to the old timer septic system people, they'll tell you about it. So the city for many years now has required tanks going in there to have what are called deadman anchors that basically weight it down to overcome the buoyant force if it is emptied out. And the water level wants to push it up, sort of like a cup you push down in the bathtub.
Yep.
It has the weight added to it to compensate for that. And
Okay.
this design has that, and it also has sealed lids to the tank in the event that there should ever be flooding, coastal flooding or otherwise.
Got it. I do have a couple more, but I'll let other commissioners go.
David, do you have anything to?
I mean, I do. I read this several times and got as involved as I could with the reports that Steve provided to us. And listening to the conversation, and I'm not sure exactly how to characterize this for you, Andrew, but I guess my question is, it's one thing when you rejected the two prior reports, Steve made it sound a bit like, they were trying to pull the wool over your eyes, but you caught them. And that's a different characterization than if you just had a disagreement about assumptions they were making. It doesn't seem quite as sinister. And I'm hoping you can further clarify why the first reports weren't okay and these were. What changed to give you confidence that you wouldn't have had from having rejected it twice before?
Well, I'm going to repeat my initial answer, and I apologize if I can't be more specific. I didn't do every review personally for this project, so I'm manager overseeing the staff that are doing these reviews. But essentially what it was is that it was not consistent with methods that have been used in the past. And so what we asked for was go back, take another crack at it, give us another shot, and see, let's talk when you have something that looks more reasonable.
But you didn't think they were trying to mislead you. It was an issue of their assumptions didn't work for you.
Yeah. Yes, I think you could say the assumptions were more aggressive the first time around. And so, look, this isn't a black and white science. This is engineering, and sometimes engineering has an art to it and multiple ways to skin the cat. And in this case, one engineer may say, hey, this is valid. This is my professional opinion. I'm putting my stamp on it. And another engineer may say, yeah, but, we're not fully comfortable with how aggressive some of your assumptions are. So that's what we're talking about. It's not that it was necessarily, a fraud. It was not a fraud. It was just more aggressive than what we were comfortable with.
Thank you.
Okay, so my own take on this is I look for whether there's substantial evidence in the record, and that means if we have engineers who come in and say this is what our analysis shows, and engineers say this is consistent with our analysis, then I'm looking to see whether there's engineers who come in and say no. Somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, who can come in and say no. This doesn't meet the requirements, and here's why it doesn't meet the requirements, and this is our analysis. In this case, we really don't have that. What we have is just questions and doubts about the legitimacy of the process. I don't consider that to be substantial evidence in opposition to this application. So we need to get going someplace on this thing, because we do have other things to do tonight. John?
Andrew, the MOU is basically about discharge that ends up in the river. That's why we got sued, and that's why we settled. Now, they claimed that advanced wastewater treatment systems weren't good enough. You needed a sewer. This is accepted history. This project is directly adjacent to the river, the lagoon. So they talked back when they did the MOU about how many years it would take to migrate, and how they're going to do a study after phase 2 to see if it really had migrated. And I read in this report that the water table is 4 feet. So when this system discharges, and I think you're saying, when you just explained that it's going to discharge more effluent that's cleaner than the prior system, what is the chance that any of that migrates into the Lagoon Park, which is directly adjacent, with a 4-foot water table?
All right, John. Well, the water does get there. Okay, so the same water that went through the bathtub, some of that water will go to the lagoon, we expect. And some of that water will go to the ocean, we expect. And that's the same of any house in Malibu, in terms of eventually everything goes to the ocean, right? So it's a question of, do we have the adequate horizontal distances to purify the water? Do we have the adequate vertical distances to purify the water? And do we have the adequate treatment technology in the treatment unit itself to purify the water? And the city has standards for reviewing these wastewater systems in challenging conditions. We've had to develop them over the years, and Malibu Colony has certainly presented challenges over the years, as does the entire beachfront of the city. And you know, if the county had had its way back in 1989, you know, they would have eliminated all the septic systems based on a similar argument. They're not clean enough. Malibu stepped up, said, hey guys, we can have a program for clean septic systems and you don't need to do this. And when the settlement agreement came down that separated the city from LA County, and the city was given the go-ahead to incorporate, part of the conditions for all of that was the city having a wastewater management program, which we do have. And it's described in the LIP Chapter 18, and it's described in our municipal code and in our local agency management program. And that program sets out standards for what these systems have to be able to do. And the system proposed for this project meets the city's standards. Now, you did say something that I agree with you, the agreed history, right? The Regional Water Quality Control Board came in and said, not good enough. We need a centralized sewer. Well, staff never agreed with that. And we fought and fought and fought to prove our point. We weren't successful. And sometimes people just don't agree. And sometimes the people who hold the cards get their way. And that's what happened with the prohibition, in my view.
Well, that's my question is, yes, there's a lot of systems in Malibu and it takes decades to migrate. This one is directly next to the river. It takes 1 inch to migrate. So my question is, does it violate the federal TMDL laws if it leaves the property? And the way I read the federal laws, it's 0 TMDLs. That's why we can't discharge from the sewage treatment plant in front of Whole Foods. We have to spray it in the park. So the real question is, with a 4-foot water table, has anybody done a study to see if any of that water leaves the property? Because if it leaves the property, it's automatically in the river.
Well, the study is the engineering report that goes with the project. The project engineers here, the city staff is satisfied that this system as designed produces clean enough water. There is not a risk of violating the TMDL. I could get into technical specifics. I don't know that the Planning Commission has time. If you'd want to hear it, I will tell you more about it. But I am telling you that it won't.
It is Title 22 water, I take it?
It is not Title 22 water, but the TMDL has to be implemented through specific permits, and our wastewater management program, is authorized by the state, even to put in replacement systems in the prohibition area that don't increase wastewater flow or loading.
Okay, so we've had a lot of time to discuss this now. If we're looking for a motion to deny or to direct staff to come back with a resolution of denial, you need to specify the findings that you were unable to make. And if we're looking for a motion to approve, then we need to we just need a motion in that direction.
Well, we're way ahead of that. We have a lot more issues to discuss.
John, it's 8:45, and we've got other.
I don't care what it is. We have issues that are not findable that we need to discuss.
Well, then let's get a motion on. If you have a motion that you want to do, that you feel elucidates the findings that you can't make, then bring it on.
Well, we have to have answers from staff. For example, okay, I know because I'm on the board of the Adamson House. The opposite side of the bank is the largest shoe mesh community in Malibu. And places as far away as Weintraub's Memorial Park identified 6 sites, major sites. This is a sandbar, it's not fill. Everybody knows that. There are photographs and maps that go back 100 years that show that, okay? So to say, gee, there is no chance of an archaeological site there is totally spurious because
we have the standard condition. Is there something you would wish to add to the standard condition?
Yes, it needs an archaeological study.
I'd agree with that.
A monitor would be the standard thing that we impose when there's no evidence and a site's been fully built out before. That would be more the standard condition for this type of circumstance. We have not had any comment letters, incidentally, from Coastal Commission on this or from the Department of State Parks, and Renika has reached out numerous times to State Parks. State Parks manages the Adamson House and the State Lagoon property, and Renika's been in direct contact with their staff about making sure that they had access to all the reports on this project, the staff report and everything, and they have not expressed anything about the project or the resolution.
Has there been a phase one study? Has there been a phase 1 study done on this?
Renika, do you know the answer to that? I don't think
No,
it was
we didn't do one
because it's completely built up.
Okay.
All right, another question is development area. 25% of the property is allowed to be developed. So you define the development area as the footprint of the house. Okay, that is not how we do development areas. Okay, you exclude the driveway and the fire department turnaround, and everything else on the pad is included. Swimming pools are not excluded from development area. Okay, so this project exceeds by far the development area, and there is no waiver for that. The math is there.
Let's get Renika's response to that.
Yes, the proposed swimming pool is within the building footprint. It's actually above the first floor. So it's like a rooftop like deck above the first floor that includes a swimming pool. And that's included within the building footprint.
So it is included in the development area calculation, is what you're saying? Okay,
that's correct, yes.
So that's included. The only thing that has not been included is subterranean things such as the septic system, because that is just typical because you have to put a septic system where the site has the conditions, the proper soils and percolation ability. So we always allow the applicant to not include the wastewater system or leach fields because they're subterranean and they don't get counted towards the development area. But other than that, everything else was counted.
A quick question on that.
Including the hardscape.
Just a second. Just Chris.
Just a quick clarification, probably to Dr. Sheldon again, maybe. Those tanks for this type of system, they're kind of cylindrical, right? Water would just kind of flow around those and through. Is that the case, or would water tend to pool on top?
Water makes its way around the tanks.
Yeah, I don't give up on that issue because it's more than just the footprint. It's the hardscape. It's everything, but it excludes driveways and turnarounds, and everything else counts. Now, the next issue is the wave uprush study. Chris talked earlier about the Klein house. The Klein house got turned down because it used the 2018 number of 4 feet. We voted on it, okay? It is exactly the same situation. It's next to the river. It was next to the Trancas River. This is next to the Malibu Creek River, okay? And Coastal Commission turned it down because they said you need to use 12 feet.
The Coastal Commission has a hearing pending on it. We received a comment letter from Coastal staff in advance of that item. We have not received any communication from Coastal Commission staff on this, and they are aware of this project. Our city coastal engineer is here and can address any questions.
Okay, I'd like to ask some questions because they obviously have a problem with the 4-foot determination, and obviously that area is flooded before. In 83 it flooded.
So ask your question, John.
My question is, how did you determine that you could keep a 4-foot wave action uprush when it is so far off from what coastal had claimed?
Mike?
I didn't get the last part of that question. When it's so far off of what?
From what coastal had stated in their rejection or whatever it is on the Klein house, and don't we need to go to the new sea rise levels? That one is way before all this pandemic, the world's going to flood stuff.
Okay, so the Klein house was submitted in late 2017.
Yes.
Before the OPC 2018 sea level rise document was even issued. It was issued in April of 2018, and the Coastal Commission didn't adopt that until November of 2018. So the Klein house was reviewed under the standards that were in effect at the time. You know, there was no 2018 sea level rise document yet when the project was submitted, and so you know, we kind of follow a pipeline rule. We follow the standards that are in place at the time of submittal. And so that's what happened there. And Coastal Commission came back and said that basically you should apply today's standards to a project that was submitted in 2017. I don't agree with that.
Okay, but we're trying to approve projects that the Coastal Commission agrees with, and if you don't agree with it, what are the chances that they're going to agree with you?
At this point, I mean, the planning commission needs to evaluate what's in front of them, and if the applicant has, you know, proposed a project based on studies that they put themselves at risk of a Coastal Commission appeal, then that's on them. The city staff has evaluated this. I believe they used updated guidance for this project, so I don't think there's a problem here.
I disagree with that's on them. That's on us.
No, it isn't. We don't. The city has its own local coastal program, and it has the ability to apply it as it sees fit.
I just want to.
It doesn't always agree with us, but
we're getting a lot of hand here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judge.
I want to clarify something Mr. Phipps said. So you said you don't agree with the Coastal Commission in their interpretation that we should apply current law to a project that entered the pipeline in 2017, correct?
That's right. I mean, I don't see the fairness in that. You know, you can't review a project on a moving target like that.
And your input on this particular submission is we're following current guidelines. No one's got anything newer. This is not the same case where we'd have a disagreement on how to interpret an older project. This meets the same standard they're holding the other project to, the project on Trancas to.
Yeah, what we asked the consultant to do on this project was to use 4 feet of sea level rise, which is the low risk aversion scenario. And I think the debate that would come up on this is whether they should use the medium to high risk aversion scenario.
Okay.
And this is the first project where we've ever required a wave uprush report on the side of Malibu Colony. It's not beachfront in the classic sense because it's one row of houses in, and all of the houses on the other side of the street have a legal conforming seawall. And you know, yet this consultant analyzed the project with unprotected beach as if nothing was there out in front of it, and they utilized 4 feet of sea level rise. And you know, I think David Weiss is available if you want to ask him questions on how he did his analysis, but it's a very conservative analysis because they look at at you know, the 1% highest of all high tides, and then they apply that sea level rise to it and run their waves in on that water level. So you know, we basically asked them to comply with the 4-foot sea level rise that is in the 2018 guidance that the Coastal Commission adopted.
And then in the case, since this has water on really two sides, in a major kind of flood event, if the flow were to come from the lagoon side, was that also kind of analyzed in this? I mean, is this considered a floodplain or anything like that? Anything else that we might get pushed back on for this?
That would be a question for Public Works, because they're the floodplain administrator. You know, the old FEMA maps, I think, had this site, had flooding coming in from both the creek, but maybe not necessarily the ocean. And I think that the new FEMA maps, I believe the project has been reviewed to be in compliance with the new FEMA maps, or the preliminary ones that were issued in 2016. But I don't want to speak for the floodplain administrator. You should ask them that question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, John, you got another issue?
Well, I just want to make a comment on that last statement. The new FEMA maps did not map the river. They just mapped the ocean. So are we to understand that the back half of this house is under a FEMA map problem?
If you have a question about the FEMA map, I would suggest asking the applicant's civil engineer. I don't believe we have the Public Works Department here at this meeting.
Okay, is he available?
Yeah, Marnie?
Yes. Rick Haas from RJR. Rick, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, we got you. We can hear you.
My understanding is that the FEMA maps the flooding threat through all those areas, and along the coastal, obviously the coastal uprush and flooding is the biggest concern there. I'm not a FEMA expert and I don't work for them, but my understanding is if there was a risk from the Malibu Creek area, that they would show the limits of that protruding into this neighborhood.
And they do not, because the flood that knocked down the highway was much higher than this house.
They do not.
Okay.
Okay, so
I don't know about the area of the highway, but in this neighborhood, it is not shown on the FEMA maps.
John, you got any other issues you want to talk about?
No, I don't.
Good. Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I got David's hand up first. David?
I make a motion to approve the Planning Commission resolution and adding in an archaeological monitor during the construction phase when it would be appropriate to have them there.
During ground disturbing activities, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay.
And Commissioner, that includes staff's recommendation, including Renika's corrections that she listed during the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second it.
I do want to address something that John brought up to make sure I'm interpreting something I'm reading right. It looks like there is a summary of the impermeables on this project. It looks like page CE2, survey, existing site survey. Would that be appropriate for us to just review? I guess we need the proposed site survey. Do we have something comparable to the proposed impermeable areas? Renika, would you know what would be good to talk through that?
Could you repeat where you're looking in the report?
Yeah, it looks like there was an existing site survey, sheet CE2 of CE8, it looks like. And I'm assuming there's a similar one for proposed site, because this particular attachment has the total impermeable area, and I'd want to see the similar analysis against the proposed to confirm it matches 25%.
Well, if you turn to the site plan that's included in the architectural plans, that is sheet, let's see. Sheet A1.1 is the site plan.
And the
And I
summary.
also had it on a slide. If I don't know if that might be easier, if Alex can pull up the PowerPoint, but sheet A1.1 is a site plan, and everything that's around the building is permeable surface. The driveway that includes the proposed on-site wastewater treatment system, the leach field behind the residence, that's between the residence and the lagoon. And there's also a biofiltration system that's in front of the house that's also permeable. There's pavers around it, but because of the spacing between the pavers, the Public Works Department is considering that area permeable as well.
And
that
that's
was one of the things that we really looked at because they had to go through a significant redesign to comply with the 25% development area. So we've gone back and forth to make sure what they were proposing is consistent with the 25% development area.
Got it. And that biofiltration is for the just drainage to the street from the kind of back upper side of the property?
It's to treat the stormwater runoff.
Got it. Everything else effluent wise just goes to the kind of the evaporation area in the backyard.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Renika,
Further discussion. John?
Renika, does the since the pool's on the roof,
it is.
Are you counting the fencing around the pool on the height?
It's clear, I believe, but it's well below the maximum height of 30 feet. There is safety railing associated with the pool, but it's well under the maximum height.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Further discussion.
I'm just trying to get my head around the policy for, I think it's an attachment 4. So, we've obviously had quite a conversation on that, focused with Dr. Sheldon, et cetera. But now, is that policy is specific to address MOUs and kind of at a high level, it's saying that as long as the flows stay the same and the effluent stays the same, we're okay or better. Is the flow mainly being addressed just ultimately by low flow fixtures? Because I mean, to Steve's point, we're going from 35 to 68. Something's got to give to keep the flows the same. And I'm just trying to get my head around that.
Yes, that is correct. That's the method for addressing the increase in fixtures is the low flow.
And like to quote a phrase, we've done the math on that. I mean, that's just how these low flow fixtures go versus what's currently in place. I think Commissioner Mazur, Vice Chair Mazur brought up the fact that we're already required to use low flow. Are these lower flow or something?
These are modern low flow conforming fixtures. So, with older development, we're placing the baseline at, pre water conservation fixture discharge levels.
And that conforms to the MOU because that went into effect after we had low flow requirements, didn't it?
It does, yes. I mean, I've discussed this with the state agency, the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They take no exception to our using this approach.
And are there low flow fixtures in the house today?
We did not do a walkthrough to confirm that, but the engineer's report indicates that that's the existing condition.
No, it doesn't say. The engineer's report does not make any statement about what's in there today. You show me where it says that. It doesn't say that any place.
Well, the analysis, is in the water balance report and the addendum water balance report, and then the redesign to take it down to 4 bedrooms. And that is the evidence that we've based our assessment on.
Yeah, but the water balance report says that you're going to use low flow fixtures. It doesn't say anything about what's in the house today.
Right. And so again, I go back to, we sort of have standardized ways of reviewing these projects, and that's the precedent that we've set.
So the precedent is they can tell you anything they want and you're going to buy it. They don't have to prove Well, wait a minute, Jack. They don't have to prove what there's no, you don't have to go back and check anything that they say. Is that how it works?
They're here. We can ask them.
Well, no, those are the same guys that gave me the 6-bedroom house in the beginning, right?
Well, point in fact, on sale, you're required to go low flow. So by definition, it had low flow on the sale. You can't have a old 5-gallon toilet when you sell your house. It's a law.
Yeah. And the reason I bring this up is not so much project specific, but also just to clarify, if we're putting this kind of standard where low flow is going to effectively allow for more fixture units, is that something which will ultimately be adopted citywide? I mean, is this kind of an exception we're making just for this area to meet the MOU? Is that any type of like, I don't know, kind of different treatment for different areas? I'm just not sure if this policy has any implications beyond just this.
We should just
MOU.
focus on what's in front of us tonight. I think that could get to be an involved discussion. If you would like to have, a presentation or something in the future about how wastewater is evaluated more generally citywide, we could do that. But this is specific to the prohibition area.
Okay, so it is specific currently.
Okay, so let's, if there's no further discussion, let's call the roll, please.
Commissioner Weil,
Yes.
Chair Jennings,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza,
No.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Euring,
No.
motion carries.
All right. It's now 9:03. Let's move on.
I've got 9:10. Do we have everyone up? We're missing Commissioner Mazza.
There we go. We all unmuted? Unmuted?
Unmuted.
Okay, we're back in session. This is, we're now on item 4B. This is a CDP 14-029 with a variance 19053 and 20-001, a minor mod 19015, and a site plan review for grading. That's 20-002. This is for the property at 24689 Pacific Coast Highway. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Chair Jennings and members of the commission. My name is David Ng. I'm the case planner for this project before you at 24689 Pacific Coast Highway. Next slide. So this project is located in the single-family medium zoning district, and it abuts the southern boundary of the Malibu Country Estates neighborhood near Pepperdine University. Next slide, please. And this property is a vacant parcel. It's part of a 4-lot subdivision, as you can see here highlighted in green. The property is accessed from a shared driveway from Pacific Coast Highway, and this driveway runs through the 3 adjacent parcels which are developed or in development to the east of the subject property. Next slide, please. Here are images of the 3 neighboring homes in the subdivision. The image at the top right is the adjacent parcel, and it is currently under construction. Next slide, please. This is an image of the story poles that have been erected at the project site and shown in relationship to the 2 other homes in the well, there's 2 homes pictured here, but there are 3 other homes in the subdivision. I do want to note that the original notice and application for this project was for the construction of a 2-story home with a maximum height of approximately 23.5 feet tall, and that required a site plan review for the height to exceed 18 feet tall. After the notice went out, staff received a letter of opposition to the proposal concerning private views from a neighbor, and in response, the applicant revised the design to be a 1-story home, as seen from the ground up, and with a maximum height of 18 feet tall. Therefore, no site plan review is required for this application, and the project will be approximately 5.5 feet shorter than what is depicted by the story poles on this image. The project will maintain the same L-shaped footprint and design. Next slide, please. Here's a view of the project from Pacific Coast Highway. The house, it's kind of hard to see the story poles, apologize, but it's up the top right of the image. A lot of the parcel is sloped area and native vegetation to the east and south of it, of the development pad. Next slide, please. So this project is for a 1-story single-family residence with a total development square footage area of 6,758 square feet. 4,691 square feet of this is going to be first floor living area, and there will be an attached 425 square foot 2-car garage. Below that is 4,283 square feet of subterranean garage for 9 vehicles, and also a basement. The project includes a fire accessible driveway and other hardscaping, a 900 square foot swimming pool, an on-site wastewater treatment system, landscape and irrigation, and grading. Next slide, please. This project requires a coastal development permit, and it includes 2 variances for encroachment into the environmental sensitive habitat area buffer, and also for non-exempt grading. It also includes a site plan review for remedial grading and a minor modification for reduction of the 65-foot front yard setback by 50%. Next slide, please. As shown on this site plan, the property is proposed at the northeastern portion of the parcel. It tries to avoid the steeper slopes on the site and also ESHA, which is located to the west and south of the property. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the project includes 4,691 square feet of living space and an attached 425 square foot two-car garage. The total square footage on this floor will be 5,116 square feet. Next slide. The project includes a 4,283 square foot basement area and subterranean garage for 9 cars. And these cars will be accessible by a mechanical lift system. Next slide. This project features a low profile design similar to the other homes in the subdivision. It will have, as I mentioned, a maximum height of 18 feet tall. Here are the south and east elevations. Next slide. And here are the north and west elevations. Next slide. And here are the building sections that illustrate how the home will sit on the grade. Next slide, please. So Laurel sumac scrub ESHA has been identified on this property, and the development has been set back away from this biological resource as much as possible. However, development, and this includes the required fuel modification, it would be located within the ESHA buffer. And because of this, the Environmental Review Board did review this project, and they found that the project is acceptable as proposed with the incorporation of recommendations in the record, including their packet as an attachment. Although the design of the home has changed, no changes have been made that would augment any impacts to the ESHA, and therefore the Environmental Review Board's recommendations still apply. Next slide, please. This project includes a variance for more than 1,000 cubic yards of non-exempt grading. As shown by this chart here, the amount of non-exempt grading is 1,535 cubic yards. This is the third column from the right. The second column from the right, the project also includes a site plan review for almost 19,000 cubic yards of remedial grading. This property was located, was a location of unpermitted fill back in 2002 and 2004 when the shared driveway was expanded and when rough grading occurred on the lot to the east by a different owner. In order for the home to be built on the site, regrading is required to meet certifiable standards. And while the total amounts of grading do appear significant, I just want to note that much of this is due to how the cut and fill are both incorporated into these calculations and therefore counted twice in a way. And the remedial grading is necessary to restore the site elevation to its prior condition. Based on a 2001 topographical survey, staff has verified that the proposed finished floor elevation would be the same as it was then. Next slide, please. This is a site section that kind of illustrates how the house will sit within the grade. Next slide, please. Lastly, the applicant is requesting a minor modification to reduce the required 65-foot front yard setback by 50%. This will bring it to 32.5 feet. This will allow the property to be located away from ESHA and the steeper slopes. And the reduced setback from the front lot line will allow the a pattern of development that's consistent with what's already there with the neighboring homes in the subdivision. And next slide. And based on the analysis of the proposal and findings for the 2 variances, a minor modification and a site plan review, staff recommends for 24689 Pacific Coast Highway adopting resolution number 20-44 and approving CDP 14-029, inclusive of the conditions listed in the resolution. That concludes my report. Staff is available to answer any questions. The applicant is also present. I think he would like to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Let's do ex parte communications. Let's start with Chris.
Let's see. I visited the property, drove by, didn't really learn anything new on my visit.
David?
Site visit, met with the applicant, nothing new.
John? You're muted, John.
Nothing.
Steve?
At a site visit, met with the applicant, nothing new.
And nothing for me. All right. Let's. Who do we have speaking for the applicant?
We have Scott Gillen, and that's the only speaker we have.
Mr. Gillen's the owner?
I believe so, yes.
Chair Jennings?
Yes.
Can I ask a couple questions of staff that the applicant might be able to address during his presentation, or do you want to do that in a rebuttal?
Well, no, but let's move on it because we're running out of time for this. So ask your question, but
okay. Yeah, David, I just wanted to confirm, let us see. On the original subdivision, was the fourth lot included? Because just looking at the ESHA line, it looks like that it had been intentionally the third lot ended before ESHA. Was that kind of how this kind of subdivision had come together initially? I think slide 15 illustrates what I wanted to point out, illustrates well what I'm trying to talk to.
Okay, hold on one moment.
Sorry. And I'm sure the applicant can answer that as well. But if looking at slide 15, you'll see the ESHA line is just, I guess, to the west of lot 3.
Can we get the presentation back up for a second?
Thank you. There you go. So see how the ESHA buffer, it really is, it ends like 50 feet to the west of the lot 3, I guess you'd call it. So it just made me think like, wait, did they add lot 4 to the subdivision kind of after, setting everything up? I just wonder if there's any kind of history on that. If you can answer it, probably the applicant could.
No, so the lot 4 was not added on as an afterthought, but I can let the applicant address sort of the history behind the development of this subdivision.
Thank you. And then if you can go forward to slide 17, just 2 more forward. I did want to ask, you mentioned that the topography of 2001 was captured. Looking at historical imagery there, also it looked like there was a big depression also to the east of this site. So is this topography reflecting post 2011 or 2001 or pre 2001?
So this site section reflects what is there currently. The previous kind of general topography of the site had an approximately 205 elevation as the finished floor elevation. So as you see here with this project, they're bringing the house back to that finished floor elevation.
Okay, and then for the remedial regrading, I assume that's removal and recompaction. I just wanted to clarify for that large amount of cut and fill.
That's correct. It is.
Okay, thank you. That was all. Thanks, Chair Jennings, for letting me get those out there.
All right, so let's open the public hearing and let's hear from Mr. Gillen. Mr. Gillen, you have 15 minutes. Mr. Gillen, Scott Gillen, there he is.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the time. I don't have anything to add unless you have questions. I can respond to the one question. It was always a 4-lot subdivision. When I purchased it, the map was already recorded and the lots were already cut. There was a red tag conformance issue on lot 3, which depicts the original house now that you see under construction. It's a very, very large hall. We filed an emergency permit, able to refill that and bring that to current, which allowed us to build house 1, house 2, and now we're building house 3. The situation with the earth that's on the current lot 4 is it was turned back previous my ownership, but I did not, I don't have any certification of that, of the bottom. And because of that, I don't feel comfortable building a new house without some cert. So it needs to be turned again. There is no record of certification of the bottom. And I turned all the other lots as well once I once I remediated the hole that was in lot 3. I have nothing else to add unless you have questions. I'm happy to answer those questions.
Well, I tell you what, we'll reserve. You've got 13 minutes and 45 seconds left of your speaking time. We'll let you reserve that because I'm going to find out if there's other speakers who want to address the issue. And in any event, if there are questions, we can call you back up after we close the public hearing. The members of the commission will be able to call you back up. So next question is Kathleen. Are there other speakers who want to address the commission on this issue?
No, nobody has signed up.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Gillen, then unless you want to use more of your time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we'll come back to the commission table to for questions, comments, discussion, motion. Chris.
Sorry, just quick questions to Mr. Gillen. First, when you use this the term turn, that's the same as remove and recompact, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you'd mentioned, so there, I thought I'd seen the imagery in lot 3. There was a large depression for the development of lot 3. You removed and recompacted that. I assume filled it, whatever it was. That's not impacting this development at all, though. That was all just on that 3rd lot.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Are there further questions?
I have a question, staff.
John.
When I look at the plans, trying to determine the elevation, especially in like A3.1, there's these bands that apparently are supposed to be the limits. And they appear to be drawn where the grade was. But the house is substantially lower than that, especially in the bottom drawing. So how do we know how tall this house is? Why did you use apparently some old elevations for the bands that are drawn all over the A2, A3.2, A3.1, all of them? For example, A3.1 at the bottom, the finished floor is below, substantially below, on both bottom and the top, substantially below the dotted lines, which I assume is the grade. And you're supposed to measure from the finished floor.
So the lines that are depicted depict the current situation on the site where we have the soil that has been stockpiled on the parcel. And so what the lines would reflect are sort of like an artificial grade. And so we are measuring the house from what the elevation should be prior to the illegal stockpiling of the dirt.
But,
So, Commissioner Maza,
but you're supposed to measure from the finished floor.
no.
Go ahead.
You measure from the existing grade or the finished grade, whichever results in a lower building height. So you can see, for example, on A3.1, because the finished floor or the finished surface elevation there is lower than the previous grade, that is where the height measurement begins. And then on the left south elevation, I was just looking at the lower elevation on that sheet. The one above it, the opposite is true, where the finished floor is higher than the existing grade or the original grade. So the measurements taken from the lower of those. That's why the height line follows the grade, so you can tell where that is compared to the finished grade, and then pick the one that's lower to measure the height.
Right, but my question is, the only measurement is from the highest, not the lowest.
No, that's not true. On A3.1, it's measured from the lower. And
Well,
then,
you look at the little arrows that says, you know, how high the house is, but there's nothing measured from the natural grade. There's no measurement.
well, that's because it's lower than the natural grade.
It's higher than the natural grade.
The lower, I'm looking at the lower elevation.
I'm looking at the higher one. The upper
But
one.
it's below, there's the lower line is the existing grade line, and then the line above it is 18 feet above that existing grade line. So since the house is not higher than the 18-foot line at any one point, the house complies lower than 18 feet.
No, now you totally confused me. The rule is you measure from the lower of the existing grade or the finished floor. In this case, it's measured from the finished floor, which is substantially higher than the existing grade.
Bonnie's having issues with her connection. So maybe
But in all events, the rule is you measure from the natural grade or the finished grade, whichever is lower, whichever results.
Correct. Correct.
Finished grade, not finished floor.
Whichever is lower.
Yeah.
And in this case, the grade is lower than the finished floor, but the measurement is taken from the finished floor.
So John, to be specific, you're looking at the A31 left south elevation or front east?
Left, south, right-hand side.
Right hand side. So then you're
Well,
in
actually,
which,
both sides.
so let's just focus on the right hand side. So which number are you calling out?
Well, the only number that's called out is drawn from the top of the house to the finished floor. And there's a number there.
So that 16 foot, 2.5 inches?
Yeah, and then everything below that isn't counted. Well, that's what you're supposed to measure from the dotted line.
Well, I guess another way to put your question is for the rest of the envelope of the building, kind of to the center where that concrete section, and maybe David, you could help address this. You show that 18-foot max building height, but then it stops right around the concrete there and doesn't continue further to the right, again in the left-south elevation. What are we to interpret as 18-foot line on this section?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because
Right.
if you look at the distance, it's much more than 5 feet.
The question's for David.
Yeah, but so I think that'll help clarify John's concern on the right, the right side of this image for the left-south elevation. Does that make sense, or can you clarify what we should interpret as the 18-foot line on that section of the structure?
Hold on one moment, please.
Sure.
Unfortunately, they're all done that way.
Well, if we fix one, it might fix them all.
Perhaps Scott can address this. I believe it's a way that the contours are drawn, or the elevations are drawn in that particular section of the house that may not be like where the elevation is.
Right. So the roof line could be falling off or whatever, sloping off to the north, I guess, whatever it is.
Yeah, because we don't have a even plane on the site.
These are sections. There's no way to evaluate a house if
So-
the sections aren't where the house is.
Richard, are you on here because Bonnie's having difficulty? Is that?
Yes, I am.
You see what I'm talking about, Richard?
I keep having an internet connection problem, so I asked Richard to be available in case I get cut off again.
Okay, you're back up.
You're back.
Can
Are we talking about the portion of the home that Scott may be able to jump in here and help out? But in part of Scott's goals were to eliminate the need for a site plan review for height. And I'm trying to follow what the commission was going here. And on what Scott ran into was an issue where the natural grade dropped off. The side of the site that's to, we'll say, the southwest portion of the property. And Scott had to dip the roof, and so it does have an angle to it so that it maintains a height of no greater than.
But this is a flat roof, Richard.
just a second. Let's see. Can we activate Scott Gillen's microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear you now. Do you understand the question?
I do understand the question. So what Richard is saying is correct. The other half of that equation is that the way that it's drawn, it's depicted at the elevation of 205. We don't know. Right now, there's quite a bit of dirt there, probably 6 or 7 feet worth of dirt. That dirt comes down. So I'm going by the elevation of 205, looking in the history of the topo of this particular lot. This lot is 205. The lot next door is 203. The one next to that one is 202, and the first one is 201. They slightly climb, and as they climb, they start to step backwards. So we're going on the finished grade of 205, and we've made the adjustment accordingly. I don't have real earth to measure from. As I said, there's roughly 6 feet, maybe more of earth on that particular pad. Currently, we have tried to turn that pad for roughly 5 years, but it's never been approved over the course of time for one reason or the other. And now here we are with this one. So.
Well, let me ask you a question. On 3A3.2, the finished grade, the natural grade cuts right through the middle of the roof. And then the one above it also. So I don't think we have a policy that says you pick a number and that's where you can draw a house from if the land isn't flat.
Well, we didn't pick a number. We went with the topo, which we verified with the city. So we didn't just pick a number.
Well, what is 205? Where did that number come from?
From the previous maps from the previous owners that had CDPs approved from all 4 houses, and that's how we've pulled the numbers back to all 4 houses. The first 2 houses, and Richard can speak to this, and I'm not sure if Bonnie remembers or if she was here then, but Richard was, I believe. And the first, we pulled our topas from the city files. I forgot the guy's name, but he's since passed away. I believe it was Firestone. And that's how we got the numbers. Plus, the city has records of that, so we didn't just make the numbers up. We have the numbers in the city's files.
And also, if I may add, and Scott could help with this too, I understand on 3.2 that it looks like it's cutting through the home, but that's, I believe, how can I explain this? If you look at the couple pages down at 5.1, what you'll see is the angle of this roof. It's not a flat roof. It is a pitched roof. And what you're seeing, and Scott, I need your help here to explain this, that we're looking at an elevation, not a section. So that line that appears to be cutting through the roof, it actually isn't. It is 18 feet at that corner of the roof, and Scott stayed below that grade. The ridge line you see beyond is in the distance, and at that part, that is 18 feet from the grade adjacent to that particular wall. I think the issue here is that this is an elevation and folks are trying to use it as a section.
Correct.
Oh,
That
well,
is correct. And all the pitches of all the houses match. So I think it is a pitched roof. It is not a flat roof.
well, Richard, when I look at A3.1, I see the finished grade below the natural grade.
No,
And that doesn't look like a flat roof. I mean, a pitched roof. It's glass all the way up.
I think a better example is on sheet A5.1.
A5?
Point 1, yes. Because, and once again, Scott Norton here, if you look at section A on the bottom of the page, you can see what I'm trying to explain, how the roof is pitched. Typical roof that's a triangular shape. It's a solid or a flat plane that is sloped at an angle down. And you can see how on the right of the page, the grade elevation, existing grade is higher. And then as you look to the left of the proposed residence, you can see how the grade takes a dive. And that dive that you see is what is on that sheet A I think it's 3.1 we were just looking at. And you can see how he maintained by sloping it down like that, staying below the 18 feet.
Well, why don't we have any measurements? In that example, A51, the natural grade is substantially below the finished floor on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and John, what they did is the overlay of that dotted line is what staff is showing as that 18-foot line. So that it's implied that all the gap between those two curved dashed lines is 18 feet. Correct, Richard?
Yes, that is correct. And I could see where perhaps I don't disagree that a note on there, a dimension, would probably make life a lot easier at this point. You are correct.
So how do we, now, is this with a pile of dirt on it or without the pile of dirt on it?
Without. This is the 2001 based survey, correct?
That is correct. That's what Scott used. We asked Scott to work with us using the old documentation site in an effort to make certain that we're not letting somebody get a pad and a view that they weren't entitled to.
Another way to run a railway. Okay, let me ask another question then, if I can. Sure. When you look at we have a discussion here of 23,000 square cubic yards. We have discussion of how the house next door piled their dirt on top of this property. And we don't have any export. We actually have import. So how do you take a big pile of dirt, stick it on a lot, move it way down, as you can see on those lines, and not export anything? Where'd the dirt go?
We want to ask Scott about that, or does staff have an answer?
I think Scott would be a better person to explain this. He sort of already, I believe, kind of pointed in that direction about how, while it's 18,000 cubic yards, a large majority of it is actually removal and recompaction because of the uncertified fill.
Right. Okay, Scott?
Yeah, so the house next door has a basement, plus it has a pool. We didn't know exactly how much dirt to take. We're going to lose anywhere from 12 to 15 inches when we compact, we assume. And we did bring dirt in to fill the original hole on lot 3. That was under permit. And when I bought this property, this is what I was stuck with. That's all. I don't know what else to tell you other than that.
Well, yeah, but it's a basic question. Maybe I'm not explaining myself. Dirt was piled on this lot. A basement and a pool worth of dirt. And if you recompact it, it's still the dirt. And when you look at the drawings, you can see where it's below natural grade, the whole plot, basically. So there has to be some dirt somewhere.
Well, we
can't take a bunch of dirt from next door, pile on this lot, and call it recompaction.
No, we're not trying to say that we took dirt from next door and recompacted it. We've been trying to deal with this lot for 6 years. When Craig George, before Craig George retired, he said, go ahead and do the work. And we thought about it, and we've tried for quite some time, as Richard can tell you, and we decided not to do that because there was no permit to do it, so we stood still. There's a wall for the driveway that's going to go into lot 3 directly to the east of this particular property. When that is built, we have to backfill that wall as well. So we kind of feel there's the appropriate amount of dirt there. But I don't know, because I have not calculated the dirt. My civil has calculated the dirt, and it's as close as we can get.
And utilizing the table, the staff report, there is going to be about 2,000 cubic yards, a little more like almost 3,000 cubic yards of export from this project.
3,000 cubic yards of what?
Export from close to it of the project on.
I don't believe that's what the grading table says.
That's what it on page 8 of the staff report.
So total export of 3776?
Yeah.
Well, I would subtract out.
There's a net export amount about 2,700 cubic yards.
That's correct.
But part of the project requirements is to restore the grade to the pre-violation elevation. And there's a, did we include a condition that they get a survey to verify that the rough grading or has established the pad in the right location?
Yes, I believe that's in the conditions approval.
Okay, so
Do
that's.
we have any environmental on the 500 truckloads or 600 truckloads that it's going to take to get out of there? Usually we have something that says you cause this much pollution and this much hassle on the highway and blah, blah, blah.
For an exempt project, the standard condition is a construction management plan. The applicant is required to coordinate with Caltrans on hauling trips and staging, and the building official approves a construction management plan to stagger those trips and manage everything about, you know, where workers park and things like that. So that's how.
Well, what about the pollution?
That's all. This is an exempt project. This is a standard sort of construction project. This isn't the amount of export here is not. I don't believe it's out of line with what a lot
600
of
truckloads.
It doesn't all happen in one day, and the staging that's involved helps control that.
Just one clarification, I think, to where John's going and using that table on page 8. So I'm just trying to kind of visualize in my head. So dirt has been imported. That's we've established that sometime after 2001, and so there's more dirt on the ground than there was before. And now, simultaneously, Mr. Gillen has agreed he's going to build his project. He's also going to basically remediate all that soil, so it's either going to be remove and recompact to the original grade height, or exported or somehow else used on the property. So net of all that, we're removing about 2,700 cubic yards from the site. Is that kind of a fair assessment? So we could say in another way, roughly 2,700 cubic yards have been imported over time. Does that kind of line up with reality in terms of what's been seen on site? Is 2,700 yards roughly what's come in, or am I missing anything?
That would be Scott can chime in on that, but I believe that's an accurate description of the situation at the site.
You hear that, Scott?
Yeah, I did. I just want to correct one thing that they said. We did not, dirt has not been brought in, imported, and then dumped onto lot 4. Dirt was brought in 3-4 years ago to remediate the hole that was in lot 3, which is 2467 Pacific Coast Highway. That was recompacted, certified, done, and then we went to hearing on that house, which was approved, and then we dug that pool in that basement, and that dirt was put onto lot 4. We didn't exactly know how much to do. We didn't know the elevation. I believe the elevation was 207. Richard corrected me and showed me the history, and then we came to the agreement that the lot was 205. That's why you see the numbers that you see from the history of the files of the city. Because I didn't know the numbers, and I'm not the one who made the mess. I just bought the mess, and I'm just trying to rectify it. I'm bringing forward the best information I have with the best records that I have or found, and the city has on file as well. And again, Richard and David would both, I think, agree with me and be able to make the same statement. But you're free to ask them.
Yeah, well, and I want to. You bring up a great kind of parallel. So, just to pick your brain on what you saw happen on lot 3, because to your statement, you imported soil to fill a hole, done. That was all permitted, everything. You didn't know what to do with the export from the development of lot 3. You place it onto this lot. That now is about 2,700 cubic yards is what we're estimating. Your understructure for lot 4 here is 2,300 cubic yards. Was your experience on building lot 3 of comparable size, of similar kind of understructure grading?
I think it's roughly the same size. We haven't done the structural, so we don't know what type of walls are in. But yeah, roughly it's probably close to the same. But I don't believe that we piled the entire basement up there. I believe we tiled, there's portions of it. The exact numbers I don't know, because I don't have the basis to where the lot started. It's just
that's fair. That's fair. And you also had a pool that you had some soil come from, so that could be kind of a difference. I mean, just for rough numbers, I mean, at least then, John, it kind of fits with the math you were looking for. And then to kind of repeat something to make sure I'm getting it right, Mr. Gillen, you had also said you're going to remove and recompact. That was existing soil, kind of pre-2001 type of grading conditions. You just want to make sure that soil is stable.
Roughly, and that would be roughly 6, 7, 8 feet down, but it's sporadic. It's not, there's been visits to the site so you can see the conditions. So certain areas are flatter towards the water side, towards the south. It seems to climb up in earth, making the pile of dirt from PCH looking up appear to be much taller, but that is not the case because we actually park on that lot for construction. So, for the workers, for the house 3. So it's not consistent throughout the sites, but it is an erratic, it's an erratic heights in different areas, if you will. And I want to just make a correction. The pool on lot 3, 24687 Pacific Coast Highway, roughly 4 feet of it is completely above grade. So it's not a complete hole down. So it's actually less cubic yards, I believe. And this pool will be not the same, but the end of it will be above grade, so a little less than that.
Okay, so this is making sense to me, but one thing that still doesn't fit in my head is we already stated that somewhere in 2002 and then 2004, a prior owner had done some form of grading, which is also being remediated as part of your proposal. Where does that was apparently then an import? Like if we're going to go back to existing grade,
I can correct you. So no, that's been done. That work was done. So what happened was, I don't know what year, and I guess the city could reflect that date better than I could. I purchased this property roughly 6 years ago, 6.5 years ago. When I purchased it, there was 2 foundations on 24683 PCH and 24685 Pacific Highway. There was a massive hole in 24687, roughly 70 by 70 wide, and probably I would say 25, 28 feet deep. We submitted plans to remediate that problem. It was under red tag at that time. We had to overcut that 10 to 12 feet wide on all 4 sides and go down for a new bottom for certification. Roughly, I believe it was 10 feet. We imported dirt for that repair. So if that helps, and I'm sure the files can reflect that. But so that remediation has been done.
Got it. Well, I think in David Eng's report, I thought you'd said, Mr. Eng, was that there had been something done without permits in 2002 and then 2004, and so that's why we went back to a 2001 survey. Is that correct?
In my report, I mentioned the first event was the expansion of the driveway. I believe that was like 2002 or so, and then 2004, my understanding was dirt being brought over from the adjacent lot.
Was any of that permitted?
No.
Okay, and why isn't that counted?
I'm sorry, not
unpermitted import. Why isn't that counted in the grading calculations?
I believe it is.
So we filled a 70-foot hole with dirt, and there was no permit, and that's not grading?
No.
No, that was a separate. That was lot 3, not on this lot.
Okay, so these dotted lines we see on these plans, do they bear any reality to what's there?
If you remove
That's what I'm wondering. This house is sunk down in part of it. You have to grade down to get to that. That dirt has to go somewhere. And unless those lines are just not true. You look at the house, especially on A32, it's substantially below grade. So where does that dirt go?
I believe the challenge in the lines on the elevation drawings is that their lines are depicting grades at different, you have foreground and background, and so the section drawings are really, what the situation is with respect to grading. As the structure, it's not a perfect block in terms of having a perfect flat roof, and the topography also shifts as you move from foreground to background. It's not going to be an accurate representation of the grading at that section of the elevation, of the wall, the front elevation.
Okay, well, you look at the plan, and the floors are flat. It's not a stepped up, step down house. It's flat. Is the lot going to be flat like that? And if so, where does that dirt go?
Well, part of it's redistributing to create the flat pad. So where there's
well, it's going down. The pad's dropping. So you can't redistribute something that is already dirt.
David, is it?
We also have the export of almost 3,000 cubic yards of dirt. So that's where a lot of the dirt that's being dug out will be going as well.
Okay, now why we have to justify exporting over 1,000? Why isn't the house at 207 or 208 and you don't have to export?
If that's the case, then we would essentially be accounting for the unpermitted grading as. It's an artificial situation that we have at the site. So if we were to just build on top of it, we would have.
Well, I don't mean
essentially be building,
or
you would essentially be building a house that. For example, would be on a higher building pad than what was there before.
It would
legally speaking.
It would exceed 18 feet, John.
Well, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. It's you're saying I'm going to pick 205 because I want 18 feet, but if the real grade is 208, the rest of it has to be accounted for.
That's the existing grade. What they're trying to do is restore the grade to what it was in its natural condition.
I know, and nothing here shows me that 205 was the natural condition.
Well, it's because they don't have photographs of it, but that's what the documentation on the other sites show, according to what Mr. Gillen was saying. That's where Richard and he agreed the natural elevation was.
Richard, do we have any evidence? We don't. First, we don't have the heights, and now we don't know what the original grade was. Do we have any evidence that any of these numbers are accurate?
As I mentioned earlier, and I think David mentioned it as well, we relied on surveys that we had on file. And then we also did review Scott's plans to make sure that the proposed plans did not result in construction above 18 feet because of the.
Okay, so what you're telling me is the original plans said it was graded to 205.
Well, I think.
Is that correct?
Well, can I try to put in another way to look at this, John? So, what we could do is say we're going to let them kind of keep this illegal grading on the lot and use that as kind of a new grade height, and then they can build at that 207 height and fit the 18-foot envelope. But then we've given more of a view on an illegal grading. So
we can't make that finding.
Correct. So what they're advising is we're going to drop it down to 205. If we grade to that level and follow what's the topography that was caught in a survey in 2001, everything stays to 18 feet per this design. So it's like a trade-off.
We have to make a finding that there's a finding that we can export X amount. And I don't see anywhere where we're even close. This is the whole lot is going down to 205.
All right, John. I think
how are you going to make that finding?
I think we understand your issues, and if you want to make a motion to deny, let's get going on it because we do have other business to take care of. John, I've lost you altogether.
Oh.
You have no volume, we have no video, no microphone, no nothing. Steve, did you have a
Just a question for David. Bonnie asked if there was a condition that says they had to do a survey. Can you tell me where I look? I can't find it in there. I didn't see it when I read it the first time. Where is that?
Now John's back.
I do believe it's included, but I don't have that specific to you. But if we want to make sure that's included, we can include in the motion that that be part of the condition. I believe it was a condition to verify grading amounts. Unfortunately, I don't have that.
Look at condition number 23. The applicant shall submit a pad elevation survey after remedial and rough grading are complete to demonstrate compliance with the original pad elevation. That's, I think that's what I was referring to before. If there's additional certification that you would like to add as a condition, we could add to this condition or create a new condition.
Well, do we have a verification that the pad was a 205?
We've been over that, John. All we have is what we've said we have. And
I know, but the condition says original pad. I mean, if we want to change a condition to say any pad you want, fine. But we're putting in a condition
okay,
to take it back to the original pad.
How about if we added to that condition the original pad at elevation 205, or would that make sense, Richard?
Yes, because as I mentioned, that number comes from a survey on file with the city.
Would that satisfy you, John?
Yeah, I just,
okay.
And then we're going to verify, part of this is we're going to verify, because we're going to, if we pass this resolution, we're going to have 3,200 and something yards. We're going to verify it's not 6,000 or 8,000 or 10,000 when they get done.
They have to provide, I believe they have to provide hauling documentation of what was removed at the site.
So do we put that in the condition?
I think that's just part of standard practice with building safety.
Well, the only reason I question that is building and safety said, go ahead and pile the dirt over here. They obviously didn't follow that.
Okay, so if we added a condition that provided that that the applicant would provide hauling records to indicate that the amount of exported soil would not exceed the amounts authorized in the resolution, we could add that as a condition.
Sure.
All right. So are we getting close to something like a resolution on this? So we anybody have any feeling about making a motion?
I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
So much fun just chew it, but
on the variance for the export, we're obviously trading kind of export for the size of the basement, and the basement is kind of a trade-off because we couldn't get the second story. So it's almost like we're trading the 18-foot height, site plan review for more of a basement variance, therefore more export variance. Any thoughts on in terms of kind of the findings related to that export as to if this gives any, is there any benefit not held by this lot that other lots have, which would justify that?
I could name one of them, 11-car garage. We just went through this on the on the house on the cliff.
Right.
With a 4-car garage. Now you got 11.
If I may interject, the basement is under structure grading. That is non-exempt grading. And the grading...
Exempt grading.
It's exempt grading.
Exempt, I'm sorry. It's getting late. The grading that is the subject of the variance is the non-exempt grading. And it's not to verify this for me, but those numbers are things outside the resident.
Got it. So those are more really kind of addressing the changes to slope that had happened historically and making it more in line with what was there in the 2001 survey.
Yes, as well as getting the things around the house so the house isn't in a hole.
Right. Okay. Or the hole is a little more wide and opened, so you can see out of the hole a little better.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else? No? All right, let me try one then. I'm going to move the staff recommendation with the addition that we add to condition number 23, with the original pad elevation of 205. Is that Richard?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
It's 205, and that and an additional new condition that the applicant is required to provide certification of hauling trips to establish that the amount of dirt exported from the site did not exclude the amounts allowed by the resolution. Was there anything else that we talked about? I can't remember that there was.
Exceed the amounts, correct?
Isn't that what I said?
I think yeah.
Okay, exceed the amount is what I said. All right. So that's going to be my motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Yes. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I can understand the variances kind of because of the lot. I'm just trying to think if there's anything which, sorry, let me rephrase that. For the distance to ESHA, that variance makes sense, just kind of how the lot lays. The site plan review for the grading, minor mod for the front yard setback, those all make sense. I'm still just having trouble with that. This much more export. Is there any way that there's some adjustment to plan we could make to not have as much export? I mean, obviously that's kind of a stupid question, but I'll just throw it out there for any feedback.
Well, you could cut down on the size of the garage.
But that's under
It's
structure.
understory, but it causes export.
Commissioner Marks, are you concerned with the haul trips, or what is it that you want to address?
I guess just in at a higher level, what is so unique about this project where we need to give that much more? Like, why does this applicant need that much more than a normal of 1,000? We're almost tripling it. So that's just the concern I have.
No, it's a question of justifying the variance.
Right. And I agree that since that understructure technically is exempt, I kind of agree where John is saying it's still going to have to be removed. Anyway, I did want to have a little more discussion on that. If there's any more appetite for that, kind of any input on where that could kind of help with reducing that export.
As I see it, the problem is that what you're really trading off is restoring the lot to its original condition versus the variance, because that's where the two interplay. If you don't restore the lot to its original condition, then you don't have to consider the variance. But if you do, then there's going to have to be an additional amount of soil exported, and I don't see any way around that.
Yeah, I mean, to Richard's point, they'd be deeper in the hole if we didn't do that remediation around for the past import. Okay, that was the only thing I'm having trouble with at this point.
I have a question of Richard, if you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Richard, in the staff report, it says that the canyon below is not a stream, but that's Murray Canyon. It's got a massive storm drain and massive drainage. Does that change at all our any kind of findings we have to make? That's not a gully. That's Murray Canyon.
Where I'm trying to find that in the report so I can see the context. Perhaps David could help me.
Got to find the stream.
Because I only see the word stream showing up twice in the report.
Because it doesn't call it a stream, it says it's a gully or something. I'll find it. Hang on one second.
And John, you remember that being in the staff report, of course, not in the
not
in the resolution. Okay. Water quality, maybe? No.
Well, let's see here. My question would be, does it make any difference if it is? And
Well,
well, definitely,
there's already a variance for ESHA, so the ESHA setback is addressed in the variance.
And I think that we had identified a stream bed adjacent to the building pad, and by adjacent I mean downslope from the pad. So we do identify it, and that would be part of the ESHA variance, is because you wouldn't be allowed normally to disturb those areas, and so there needs to be a some sort of special evaluation, and that's why we have included that ESHA variance.
okay. And is there any, does it drain in, does the property storm drain system drain into that river?
To my knowledge, the runoff that comes here is not changing. I would say it's still not changing the direction. Scott can better describe.
I think that drainage course was characterized as a dry stream bed, and it's the bottom of the canyon, so it collects all the water that runs off of the slides of the slope.
Let's see if Scott has anything to add on the.
Yeah, that's what she said, by the way. There's a dry stream bed.
Excuse me, hold on. Scott, you got anything to add to the?
Yeah, the natural drainage runs into a gutter gully at the front of the driveway. All 4 lots have the drainage pipe already installed along the front south-facing side of the towards PCH, and they come down from each individual lot plus the common area, and then obviously I do not believe there's any drainage. I just wanted to make a point about the earth. This particular lot had lots of issues. It's not flat. It's limited to a 10,000 square foot pad. We've had to move the house several times to accommodate the pad. So for a better word, the lot, it's not perfectly flat, but it does have a crown to it. As it falls off, the entire perimeter section, kind of a 3-sided table, will take quite a bit of dirt to refill back in. Part of our thought process, when the lot is brought down, it's more leveled off. There was more dirt around the perimeter edges when that happens. And I did remove the second floor due to a neighbor complaining who wanted to trade me chopping down some trees as an exchange. He would withdraw his complaint if I would just agree to chop down some trees, which were looking south, completely different than the westerly view. And rather than fight with him and argue with him and go through all those motions and changes, I just went in for a simple box at 18 feet. So I would hope that we would look at that. The last thing I would say is, I would love for you to give me 207 on an elevation pad to minimize the export. It would take the 4 house development out of context. They are pretty much within a foot or 2 of each other. And as they do climb up towards the west, they do tuck back. So it's,
Okay, thank you. All right, further discussion. I've got a motion and a second. Okay, Jessica, call the roll, please.
Chair Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Weil,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Euring,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza.
Yes.
Motion
Okay,
carries.
that concludes item 5B, 4, whatever it was. 4B. We're now at 5A, but before we start that, I'm going to move that item 5B, the skate park. We're not going to get to it at the curious pace we're proceeding, so let's move. What kind of a date would you like that to be continued to, Bonnie?
Chair Jennings?
Go to the next meeting.
Okay,
The
John.
15th.
Yes, John.
The city manager reported at the last city council meeting that the park was almost done and they were bringing the stuff in.
Well,
so we may want to put that first.
No, I'm not going to put these people on Cuthbert off any further. We already moved them off once, so I wouldn't support that. So my motion will be to continue item 5B until the next meeting. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All further discussion?
Well, I just want to know if Bonnie, if the completion of the park is subject to this being approved.
This just deals with a landscape element, so no, it doesn't affect the completion of the park.
But they couldn't bring in the trees, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Chair Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Euring,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Weil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, so that takes us to item 5A, which is Coastal Development Permit 19005 and a site plan review 19072 and 20013 and a minor mod. This is for the property at 29623 Cuthbert Road. And can we have a staff report, please?
I'll be glad to go over this. This project was heard by the Planning Commission at first as a administrative coastal development permit, and it was requested by 3 of the 5 commissioners that it come back for a full hearing. If I may have the next slide. The project is located at the eastern end of Cuthbert Road on the north side of Cuthbert Road, an area that is characterized by larger lots. If I may have the next slide, please. The project as proposed is a new 6,000 square foot single family residence. It has an attached garage. There's a secondary dwelling unit that is proposed. There's a covered patio, which is included in the TDSF calculations because it's over 6 feet of an overhang. There's a new swimming pool and spa and associated pool equipment. There are retaining walls proposed with the project, a new bocce ball court, wastewater treatment system, landscaping, and roughly close to 500 cubic yards of non-exempt grading. The application includes 3 discretionary requests. There are 2 site plan reviews for height, and those 2 are one for the main residence and one for the secondary residential unit. There is also a minor modification to reduce the required rear yard setback. It will share actually a similar setback to the previous development. However, since this is being looked at as a new home and not a replacement structure, we are processing that discretionary request. If I may have my next slide, please. This is a site plan showing the proposed residence. Similar to the previous residence that was on the property, it will be located towards the rear of the property on the existing developed pad, and will utilize roughly the same driveway entrance and turnaround, and maintain a similar setback from the street as the previous development. Next slide, please. This is a floor plan of the lower level. Because of the site's topography, how it slopes down, there was a void under the residence, and the applicant, the architect, took advantage of that void to tuck in some of the accessory development and some square footage. And what this results in is actually a lower massing of the building, because these features could have been added to, say, the back part of the residence above the proposed roof line. And so by doing this, we minimize that look, and it also keeps a lower profile when the trail is located to the north of the property. And on this lower level, you can see the pool, a gym, and the lower level of the proposed secondary residential unit. If I may have my next slide, please. This is the first floor plan. This is actually above that lower level that you saw. And what I'll be demonstrating shortly is that really the only portion of this floor that is over the lower level is really just the master bath and bedroom, and of course the upper floor of the secondary residential unit. If I may have the next slide, please. There was some question earlier today about the 2/3 calculation and how it was calculated for this home and the size of the home. The architect redrew this for me, and what I want to show here is that there is roughly a 6,000 square foot footprint, and The only portion that is truly 2 stories is the portion that's hashed out on the bottom of the screen there next to the pool. And those lines are moving from the bottom to the top. They're angled to the left of the screen. And that 527 square feet represents the master bath and master bedroom. And then the hash lines that are moving from the bottom of the screen to the upper right, that area there is actually that ground floor. It just happens to be the portion of the ground floor that is above 18 feet. And I'll have a section to help describe this. But what we're trying to demonstrate here is that it's not 2 stories of that. There's a 6-foot crawl space, the thickness of the floor. The owner wishes to have 12-foot high ceilings in the room. So if you take the 6-foot crawl space plus a foot or so, 1.5 thickness of the floor and the 12 feet, we're already upwards of 19.5 feet, and then a parapet roof on top of that. So when staff calculated 2/3, I realized that in the staff report it says the second floor is 3,300 square feet. Really, a more accurate way of describing that is that the second floor is 527 square feet, and there is 2,800 square feet of area that is above 18 feet because of the design of this single story and the way it's notched into the hillside. So it's not actually another 2,800 square feet of floor space that one could stand on. If may have the next slide, please. So this is an elevation of the home showing how it is cut into the hillside. It's notching down following the topography. If I may have the next slide, please. And this is a section cutting through the home. So the upper section is a section showing the 2-story portion. So we have the gym on that lower level by the pool area. And above it, you can see the master bedroom and how that is over a first floor element. So that is a true 2-story portion. But then behind it, we have a crawl space, and that dimension there that's next to the gym door is demonstrating that the crawl space is no higher than 6 feet, not 16. So it complies as a crawl space. And you can see the vaulted ceilings and how there are some parapet walls and things that make the mass above 18 feet. And that is why staff wanted to count that volume. We wanted to make certain that we don't end up with a bulk issue here and be not in conformance with the code. The second section that you see below is the section beyond that master bedroom, and you can see how it's just a deck, and below it it's a covered patio, and there is no second floor in that area. It's a ground area with a crawl space. And once again, staff measured their heights on this from the grade below the home, that base of the crawl space. If I may have the next slide, please. And this is just showing the unit that they're proposing. This is the second residential unit, and you can see once again it's a similar design, kind of stacked into the hillside with a upper floor and a lower floor, and it is no greater than 900 square feet. If I may have the next slide, please. There was some question about the numbers that were in the staff report for what do the homes look like in the surrounding area. This map here prepared by the applicant corresponds to that table. And what the applicant did, these are numbers here that correspond to the table in the staff report. Their goal was to demonstrate the square footage of everything that was covered on those properties. The applicant included anything with the, not just main residence. And I think it's fair to describe the north side of Cuthbert with, well, there's smaller homes, like number 3. In general, these are larger lots, and as you move your way down to the ones identified as 1, 19, and 16, they do have larger homes. And then move down Bush Drive, those lots are a bit smaller, and you'll see smaller homes.
Richard, we're losing a little bit of sound quality on there. Is there something you can do to? You're beginning to come in and out.
I'll try speaking up more and see if that helps.
That helps.
Thank you for pointing that out. If I may have the next slide, please. These are photographs of the story poles. I may have the next slide, please. And a rendering of the property. And next slide, please. In summary, staff recommends the adoption of the resolution approving the coastal development permit for this particular fire rebuild. I'm available for any questions as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, Richard, thank you. Let's go through ex parte communications. David?
I visited the site last time when it was on the agenda, and nothing other than a drive-by.
Steve?
Did a drive-by, nothing new.
John?
I visited the site with, I believe, Chris. Might have been Steve before the last meeting. That's where I saw the trail adjacent to the property line.
Chris?
Yeah, stated by Vice Chair Mazza, we did a site visit last time. I did one more this time, and then also had a phone call with the applicant.
Okay, and this is what I consider my neighborhood. It's within walking distance of my house, and I walked past it on that trail. Try to do it 3 times a week, but not so much these days. Okay, so are there questions of staff, or can we get to the public hearing? Let's go with the public hearing. Who have we got, Kathleen?
We have the applicant team, Daniela Rickstad, Mark Bout, and Trevor Colby. And then we have John Goodwin and Tony Dorn. I believe both of those are members of the public.
Okay, so Daniela, are you the lead of this applicant team, or I guess it's Trevor Colby who's the owner, property owner? How are we going to do this?
I think Mark is going to be the lead. Hi,
Okay.
is Daniela.
Okay, fine. And Mark, where are you? Let's see him.
Oh, he is shown on the screen as Gigi Birchfield. He's using somebody's computer.
Why didn't I get that? Okay, Mark, Gigi.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. We hope to not use anywhere close to it. Good evening, planning.
So do we.
Yes, it's a privilege to represent Trevor and Linda Colby in connection with their effort to secure your hopefully 5-0 vote in support of beautiful home that they want to build on Cuthbert Road as part of rebuilding the community. As we all know, the prior home was lost to Woolsey. I believe I'm really going to target 3 legal issues that I think may have been flagged at the last meeting. And I'm going to do them briefly because Daniela is going to touch on the ESHA, but it's the ESHA, the trail issue, and then what I'll just refer to casually as a neighborhood character issue. If I can just move quickly through this. On the ESHA issue, the prior house and the current house do not trigger any ESHA issues. They're not within 100 feet. There's no buffer issue. Because of Daniela's skills and the Colby's efforts, the new house, although it's got more square footage than the prior house, it's actually set back sort of further from the ESHA zone. And I believe the Planning Commission has confirmed there's no significant ESHA issue here. The trail issue, I'll defer to Jeff Jennings because he lives there and he walks it. What I would say, just a couple things. Your Malibu General Plan, Section 2, Chapter 1, your land use element emphasizes in Section 1.4.6 that private property rights are to be protected, and a property owner's right to the reasonable use of his land is not only to be protected by the city, but your local your land use implementation measure says that not only can the house be built, but that it is the privacy of the homeowner, the neighboring resident, that is supposed to be protected from people walking what has been referred to casually as a trail. To me, just because of the bar gate, the brown steel bar gate that goes over, it looks more like a fire road that the public sometimes uses as a trail. I think the point here is you don't deny someone the ability to invest millions of dollars in a beautiful home because there's a trail below you. They can both exist. Jeff Jennings and others can use that beautiful trail, and there can be the back of a well-designed home at the same time. I think the concern lots of citizens have, and I'll address this as somebody who owns a home in Point Doom on Bison Court. This neighborhood was devastated by Woolsey, and I don't want to get into the deeper debate that's been tough about neighborhood character. The reality is 19 of 20 homes in this area burned to the ground during Woolsey. So there is no neighborhood character. There's no one nearby. And if you look at the full scope and scale of homes in Malibu Park, the range in styles and sizes is all over the map. So this is what I would say about neighborhood character. There are 21 letters of support from neighbors here, and this city needs to be thinking about approving beautiful projects like this, where at $600 a square foot, the cash investment to build this home will be over probably $4 million. Everyone who works on that home is going to shop at Trancas and the Doom Mall and get their hair cut and buy things. And we really need to be thinking in terms of Malibu Park's going to have a new character post-Woolsey because there's hardly anything there. And every neighbor who wrote a letter on this wants to see this home built, and your planning department is approving it. Every month of delay that happens makes hiring a general contractor and getting going and having local builders and subcontractors spending their money in the city on hold. So we very much want your support. We very much want a 5-0 vote. This is a stunning home. It's a great addition to the neighborhood. And the Colbys have been in the neighborhood raising their kids forever. You know, with that, I'd like to really turn it over to Daniela. I think she's really worked her buns off to sort of show every aspect of this in terms of making it work, and the house being, cited more appropriately than the house that was lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniela?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening, planning commissioners. I'm Daniela Rexide. I'm the architect of the project. We prepared a presentation to walk you through the project. Next slide, please. So here is the site plan, and as Richard explained, we have located the house on the upper side of the lot within the same area of the previous house to take advantage of the existing pad, the driveway, the auto court, and to minimize the grading, and also to avoid obstructing other neighbors' view. The main level, as he explained, consists only of the house and the attached garage. And then following the downslope topography from the main level, the design captures the underside of the main deck, master bedroom and bathroom, creating the accessory areas for the pool, which is the covered patio, the gym, and that bathroom. The accessory areas are only connected to the main level through exterior staircases. By doing this, we also avoid having a blank wall against that side. And then to the east, you can see the ADU separated from the house by a fence, and it encloses the south side of that motor court. Next, please. So the elevations were designed for the main house and the ADU with very simple volumes articulated to break up the massing and to follow the topography. You can see all, the exterior staircases connecting the underside. Also on the south side, you can see the ADU to the left. Next, please. Next slide, thank you. The east elevation is basically from the motor court, and the north elevation, what we had been taking into consideration is how to make the house more resilient. And we have included all these overhangs where we're planning to have concealed shutters to cover all the sliders and windows. Besides other elements like adding sprinklers over the roof and batteries connected to the PV panels. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, here. Thank you. So as Richard explained, here you can see the sections where we're following kind of the existing path and following the topography of the site and minimizing the grading. Next, please. Next slide, please. Now we had prepared a couple of slides showing how the project relates to the adjacent properties within a 500-foot radius. As Richard explained, 19 out of the 20 houses burned down within a 500-foot radius. And on this diagram, we're showing that 10 out of the 20 parcels that have applied for a permit, 30% of them have applied for a permit for a TDSF over 6,000 square feet. And also 30% have applied for permits for structures over 18 feet. Next slide, please. So in here, we're looking to the potential TDSF for the remaining parcels that have not submitted a permit yet, which ranges from 5,306 square feet to 9,630 square feet, with an average being around 7,598 square feet. So basically, as you can see, the project is within the average of the maximum TDSF of these properties. And I think that's it for now. Thank you. I think Trevor Colby will speak next.
Okay, thank you. We have 5 minutes left, according to what I see anyway. Trevor? There we go.
Thank you, everybody. Out of respect for everyone's time, we had Mark speak because he's done this before and he knows Malibu building rules and regulations a lot better than we do. I'd like to speak briefly about our experience. We lost our 2 homes in the Woolsey fire over the past year and a half. We've moved about 10 times. It's been a very emotional, tedious, stressful journey for my family and me. We started the permit process when we bought this house 2 years ago. We were planning on remodeling it, and almost immediately we're trying to get the permitting process going. 5 months later, we lost the house in the fire and it became a rebuild. 2 years later, we still have no permits. We spent a lot of money so far, and every delay means more expenses out of our pocket. Contractors aren't just waiting around for us. We'd also really wanted to get moving so we could start, construction. We're hoping to have the house wrapped before fire season comes again and rainy season. I also want to stress our story polls have been up since January 12th. That's 141 days. And I'm sure Richard can verify that we have had no complaints from anybody on the fire road, blocking views or anything, or any complaints about our project. We've done as much as we can to expedite this process to get the plans approved. It's been very frustrating to be put through this much scrutiny when we have fully complied with Malibu's rules and regulations. Keep in mind that rebuilding will benefit the city, increase tax revenues, so everybody in the city can, be better off. Please also realize that rebuilding our communities will help heal the trauma from Woolsey as many long-term Malibu residents return. We have lived in Woolsey over 23 years, and we wanted to make Malibu Park our new home. We're not developers, but long-term Malibu residents looking to rebuild. So Linda and I thank you for your consideration in getting our permit approved and helping our family to begin to heal and finally get our home back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You've got 3.5 minutes left if you need to use them. Right now, we're going to go on to the other speakers. Tony Dorn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Gotcha now, Tony. Go.
Okay, hi everybody. In the interest of time, I'll speak quickly. Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of our family, my wife Cindy, and my young men who know the Colbys very well. They're dear friends, and we're in support of you approving this residence as fast as possible. The Colbys suffered not one home lost in the fire, but two. They've risen to the challenge of rebuilding and designed their dream home on this large lot. I think it's about 63,000 feet. In my opinion, the design's really well suited to the neighborhood. Malibu Park has suffered so much, and many long-term residents recognize that the neighborhood is in the process of rebuilding and healing. In a few years, it'll resemble a better planned and well-designed neighborhood with safer homes. We're Malibu Park residents, and our daily walk through the neighborhood reveals many homes much larger than the proposed Colby residence. I listened to the first Planning Commission meeting and only wished I'd signed up to speak. When asked in the meeting if it would cause hardship if there were a delay, the answer most certainly is yes. This local family has maintained an extremely positive attitude in spite of tremendous hardships of losing everything and having to relocate multiple times for the last year and a half. We are just completing our first new ground-up home in Malibu, and we can say from experience that it is one of the most difficult, expensive, and time-consuming things we've ever undertaken. We all know the rules are complicated and many times conflicting, but add in dealing with insurance adjusters, lenders, and a pandemic and hundreds of rebuilds, along with a slowing marketplace, and you have a difficult environment. The Cuthbert home's a beautiful design with a lot of thought going into the terrain, and we just want to vocally support the Colbys as locals. We encourage you to do the right thing and simplify any rebuild process that you can to allow them and others to commence construction and hopefully prevent further costly delays. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. We had one other, that was John Goodwin, is that correct? Kathleen, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Goodwin? You're on. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
We can see him, but he's unmuted.
He is unmuted. Mr. Goodwin? No. Now he's muted again. Now he's not.
He's unmuted, so.
I know. Okay, well, we will, is there anybody else that has signed up to speak?
No, that was it. That was it. We just have rebuttal time.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes of rebuttal, Mr. Who was it that's let up? Mark? You've got 3 minutes of rebuttal if you'd like to use them.
I don't think it's necessary. I do think that Trevor makes a good point, which is the community is really at a point where homes like this that are well designed and avoid massing and where all the neighbors support them, we need to have a planning commission that expeditiously approves these so that the community can rebuild and heal, so the city can get its share of general fund revenues and get its own functioning police department, fire department, and infrastructure. The city is far, far behind where it needs to be on those things, and I recognize everyone's working as a team to get there. But every delay like this, every flagging of legal issues that aren't real, that derails or delays projects, hurts everyone. And this is a very well-designed house with a family that was put through trauma, and we need to approve it and break ground and get moving.
Okay, thank you very much. Unless John Goodwin can somehow magically speak to us.
Also, I had a notice flash on my screen that said, I believe it was Trevor Colby raised his hand. I don't know if that's possible, but I didn't know if he had remarks he'd like to make.
He's got 2 minutes. He's got 2 minutes. Oh, I see a little hand symbol there. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just wanted to say John Goodwin waited online for 4 hours. He's my direct neighbor and was, patient here for 4 hours to be supportive of our cause. And unfortunately, He'll be rebuilding as well, but for some reason his Zoom is not working.
Okay, well, that makes me feel better that we didn't actually cut somebody off that was still able to talk to us. All right, thanks very much, Mr. Colby. I think we will conclude the public hearing at this point, bring it back to the commission for questions, comments, a motion. Yes, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm looking at you.
Richard, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Can you go to the LIP section 3.6 F6? You mentioned that in your staff report.
You said LIP 36F6, right?
3.6 F6.
Okay.
It's setbacks from parklands.
That is correct.
Okay, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go to the last sentence of item 6. What does that say?
It says buffer shall be of sufficient size to prevent impact to parkland resources, but in no case shall they be less than 100 feet in width.
Okay, and then go down to item B below that.
Variances or modifications to parkland buffer standards shall not be granted except where there is no other feasible alternative for siting the primary structure.
Okay, that seems pretty clear. Okay, can you take me to the part of the LIP that justifies the variance you want to grant them?
Staff is not recommending a variance as part of this project because the setbacks from parklands, looked at in its entirety, not in pieces, discusses how a variance is required when there is an impact to recreational opportunities or an impact to habitat area.
Say that again? No, that's the first part of item 6, right? The main point of item 6 says you got to have a 100-yard setback, I believe. That's the last sentence in that area.
As I mentioned, when staff reviewed this, similar to other projects that staff has done, like, for example, the house on Point Doom most recently, when there are impacts to a parkland, staff does apply this section.
Okay, but you don't apply at all. You only, right? I mean, the section says you need a 100-foot setback, yes?
The issue is whether there are impacts resulting from this proposed development.
No, it is not.
John, hang on. Jeff, I'm just trying to read look, I was brought on that you got to follow the LIP.
Okay.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Let me read it. It says, buffers shall be of a sufficient size to prevent impacts to parkland resources, but in no case shall they be less than 100 feet in width. Now, in this particular case, you have the fire road, right, which runs along behind the structure. Everything to the ocean side of that fire road is scrub brush, right, which is in no sense significant as a resource. And then on the right-hand side, you've got the water tank and the associated development with the water tank, the road that goes out there, the chain link fences. This is not exactly Central Park, right?
I'm not saying it's Central Park. All I'm saying is if I read what it says, it's pretty clear. Look.
There's other sections.
Who's the architect?
Daniela Reichzad.
Yeah, you there someplace?
I'm here.
Yeah, when you were working with staff, did they mention this 100-yard setback to you?
No, it wasn't mentioned because when we looked and went to the city GIS, it stated that we were not on an ESHA. And then we looked through the existing ESHA map, and our property is more than 100 feet from that ESHA map. We measured that, and I think it's listed on the report. I think Richard can explain better. He'll look closer to that.
The staff never mentioned this part of the LIP to you.
Well, it was envisioned because we stated that there were 120 feet, and then the tank and all that fire access that was behind that property.
Okay.
I would like to add that there is no bamboozling or failure.
Can't hear you, Richard.
Brought this up at the last hearing as well.
I can't hear you. Say what you.
Yeah, your volume was cutting out again.
I'm sorry. I'd like to also point out that staff brought this issue up at the last time this was discussed before the Planning Commission. Staff also checked these ESHA maps, which demonstrated, I'm hoping you can hear me.
You got you.
The city's ESHA maps, which demonstrated that the edge of the ESHA, or the natural resources that warrant protection, are to the north of the fire road. Staff also corresponded with the water district to verify that they do a 200-foot buffer worth of brush clearance around that water tank. And this was also looked at by the city biologist and made a determination as well.
Look, I'm not arguing with what you're saying, okay? What I do have a concern with, and it's back to my thing that says, we got to treat everybody equally. Here are a set of rules. All right. If we're going to, if you can make a decision that said I can change the rules, can somebody else make another decision that said I'm going to find another way to change the rules? And what you end up with is a process that has no rules. And as a result of that, you end up doing favors for people, okay, that you like. And I go back to Whole Foods where we gave them a temporary use permit when it wasn't, they had no right to get that permit. It happens. So that's, if you're going to, once you start the slippery slope of moving away from the rules, I don't know who's going to make the new rules we're going to follow.
Okay, it's getting really late. It's 10 of 11, and I'm going to have John speak, but then if you've got a motion to make to deny this, let's make it. John?
Okay, I just want to point out that there's other sections. Our municipal code, 17.40.04, 06C. And it says yard setback should be rear yard setback shall be no less than 15% of the lot depth. And section F says, where feasible, setback shall be 100 feet from ESHA and a minimum of 100 feet from parks. Okay. And then, so that's our municipal code. Now I want to point out too, that number one, if the Department of Water and Power is clearing, there's all kinds of rules that you cannot clear a national park. A state park. And that came up on the Horizon decision when we let the house be 11 feet from ESHA because there was no other place to put it. So it's not even debatable. It's not even debatable that this.
Okay, fine. Then I got you. It's 10-11. Let's get a motion. Let's get a motion.
The one point I want to make is they can move the house farther down the hill. The hill is, they are digging into the hill. It's feasible to do it. The driveway is feasible to use. You don't have to change it at all. This is purely a preference to be that close to the rear yard. It's not a requirement.
It is where the house was. Is there somebody else who wishes to speak, or do we?
Chair Jennings,
yes.
Richard can explain other examples of projects that have been approved in the exact same manner as this one.
And hopefully you list the reason.
I think just to be brief here, but I think it's important to point out that staff, as the commission is requesting, one of the commissioners is treating folks fairly. In the sense that when there is a trail and national resource like there was on Horizon, staff applied the variance. When there was a set of trails and a bluff area and a state park, as it was on Point Dume Headlands Park, the house right next door, we did not require a variance, and that's because the pool and other work they were doing had no new impact.
Richard?
There was another example next to the Chumash. I always forget the name of it. The Chumash Center. Pardon?
Village Toya?
Yes, there was one there too, and that is not an ESHA related park, and so the parkland setback was not applied in that case either.
Yeah, but remember on the Horizon one, you're using the Horizon as an example. And the only reason we could do that is the lot was only 100 feet wide, and it would be a taking. And that was explained at the time. Okay? And Trevor weighed in on that. Now, there's
a motion to
a
make,
couple
John?
other issues that are.
Have you got a motion to make, John?
No, I have other issues to talk about.
Well, all right, I'm going to look for a motion.
Well, I'm not going to let you have one.
Well,
Okay, I make a motion.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking David. David's
Call
got
to order Robert's rules.
David's got his hand
3-2
up.
vote
I'm
to
asking
shut
for
me
a
up.
motion.
I move
Trevor?
we adopt the proposal from the staff and the resolution 20.46.
Okay, is there a second to
Point
that
of
motion?
order.
We can discuss it after we get a second to it. All right. Second, is there a second to the motion? I'm going to second it.
Okay.
Further
Point of
discussion.
order, Trevor.
Further discussion.
I got
Point of
one
order,
comment.
Trevor. We need a 3-2 vote to end discussion. Correct?
I'm ending discussion. I'm asking if there's further discussion.
Okay. I would like to make further discust. We
I
have not
got
gotten to
Steve with his hand up. Steve.
Okay, go ahead.
I just got one comment for Richard. And you bring up every meeting, Jeff, that says if we deny one of these houses after the person's gone through 9 miles of barbed wire and broken glass to get it there, we shouldn't do that. I think staff should have explained to this person when they came in that this was there. Okay. Now the applicant could have said, I'm going to take my chances. I'm going to build it the way I got it designed right now. And I'll pay my money, take my chances and see what happens. But to not tell them and to have it come before us now when it becomes an issue, that's wrong. Staff should have said something to those folks. I'm just back to, because you're going to bring it up later on.
I'm not going to bring it up later on. I mean, I know what your go-to explanation is. It's staff's fault. John, do you have anything to discuss?
Well, I have several things. One's the 2/3 explanation that Richard gave. And if you look at the table on the compliance table, the reason I'm concerned about this is we're taking the calculation of 6,173 square feet for the first floor. Now, the rule isn't floors, it's height. And by 2/3 gives you 3,558, which, it gives you 4,115, of which they're using 3,358. You add the two of those together, you have 9,531 square feet. Okay. And the principle of the 2/3 rule is bulk. Okay. It's not what you walk around on inside of the house. It's bulk. So that's a point I want to make. I don't want to argue it because it's just a fact. If you want to argue it, okay. The other thing I want to bring up is the argument that neighborhood character, I'm getting tired, I hope it's character. Yeah, neighborhood character is dependent. We did a house, very similar thing with this a couple weeks ago or a couple meetings ago on Cuthbert. It was explained to us, it's wonderful, it's downsloping, you can't see it. Well, this one's upsloping. But then we went through the TDSF. Now we're told, well, we'll use what the theoretical TDSF is. And by the way, we have a 10,000 square foot, 100 foot house that I know the property. It was owned by Galpin and it was a major horse ranch. And most of it was a barn. Okay. The great majority of that property was a barn. You can see it on the photographs. So now we're saying, okay, let's exclude for Dean Graulich, let's exclude ancillary buildings, but in this case, let's include giant ones. Okay, we have to be consistent. Okay, and the consistency is the neighborhood average, as Richard said, was around 3,000. This is more than double, way more than double. So if we're going to be consistent on the next staff report we get, which one are you going to choose? Using outbuildings or not outbuildings?
Actually, the staff report,
houses that may be built in the future or houses that exist.
The staff report says that all of this is really not required by either the code or the rulings of the city council. This is all something that you want, and that's why it's provided.
No, it's a site plan review, period.
That's right, but structure size is not the issue, according to staff and according to me.
Oh, okay, because you only take houses after 1990, or maybe houses that get built in 2025.
No, because
that's what
because
the architect
I have a different
argued.
definition. I have a different definition of neighborhood character. David, you've got your hand up.
Sometimes I think we lose sight of the forest for the tree. We've got folks who've been burned out. We've got a house sited where the house before was located. We've got it notched into the hill to move it back from Cuthbert. We've got every neighbor in the area who has claimed that they don't just like the people, they like the house. And if you can't include that concept as part of neighborhood character, we are out to lunch.
Yeah, but I want to.
My turn, John.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
John?
Okay, go on. You're on.
I think we just have to keep our eye not just on the code, and you're completely right, Steve. We got to be consistent. We've got to do the same things for same situation over and over and over again. There is no definition of neighborhood character. Could be 500 feet, could be 1,000 feet, could be homes from 90, it could be homes from 2000. It's pornography. You know it when you see it. It's whatever we want it to be. Here we have a neighborhood saying, we want this house in our neighborhood. And it is where it was before. And I just think we're going around circles here, chasing our tails, trying to make sure that we're, as politically correct as possible. And we're losing the sight of what the Woolsey fire was all about and what these people want to do. And I, hope we can vote on this short.
Well, I hope you can understand that over 30 years, actually over 40 years, the Coastal Commission has come up with rules, and the City Council has passed ordinances, and the City Council certified certain laws, and we have to follow them. We don't have the choice of saying the neighbors like it, let them pick the rules. You were not elected, and you never created any ordinances. That's a City Council's job. That's a Coastal Commission's job. So every meeting we get this lecture, well, let's let them do what they want. You cannot. That's like saying, well, we got a curfew tonight, but let's let everybody who feels like it go to the basketball game.
No, we're here as appointed people to decide what is neighborhood character.
No, we are not. We're here as appointed people to follow the law.
There is no definition.
There is one on a setback. There is one that says a total remodel has to go by the rules, not by what was there.
All right. Yeah, my own feeling is that, if you want to sit down and read all the ordinances, you can come up with what you want to, but you have to temper it with some practicality. And I think that's what staff has done here in this situation. I think the application of the rules is simply impractical in this case.
They aren't impractical. They can move the house 30 feet.
Oh my God. All right. So I think we know what your position is. And let's see, I want to call the roll on this unless there's some urgent comment that somebody feels they have to make. Let's call the roll.
The motion is for staff's recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner Weil?
Yes.
Chair Jennings?
Yes.
Commissioner Euring?
No.
Commissioner Marks?
No.
Vice Chair Mazza?
No.
Motion fails.
Well,
I move we adjourn.
You have to take action on the application.
Yes, we do have to take action on the application. I tell you what, the motion would be to bring back a staff recommendation denying the application.
Or you could give them an option to.
I'm sorry?
Or you could give them the option to withdraw and change if you want to give them an option.
I thought we already voted.
No, it was a denial. It wasn't passed.
The motion didn't pass.
Failed.
No. Oh, okay. You're right. The motion didn't fail. That's right. So let me talk to Gigi Birchfield.
Mark Bowdy, I think it is.
Mark, are you there still?
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Now, the issue is that that you've seen where the handwriting is on the wall. You can either withdraw your motion, withdraw your application, and come back and try to modify it to meet the approval of this body, or you can accept the denial and appeal it to the city council.
Well, look, as long as we're all here and we've all stayed up this late, obviously, if we're going to get shut down, we're going to appeal and we're going to win, and we're going to get the 3 votes from the council we need. But I want to address Planning Commissioner Marks, who I think is Rick Mullins' appointee.
Wait, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Okay.
What we're doing is giving you an option to withdraw if you wish to withdraw, or to take the denial if that's your choice.
It wouldn't be denial and appeal. It would request a continuance to provide you opportunity to modify your application.
Yes.
We will take the denial and appeal, because with this group of planning commissioners, we will not be able to build a home.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now we need to have a motion from some of the prevailing parties here to bring back a resolution of denial.
I want to clarify one item just to make sure everyone's on the same page. In terms of impact from Woolsey, that I recognize that absolutely. I hear what Trevor is saying about himself and his family. I want to call out that in terms of this particular application, this is being treated not as like plus 10%. It's being treated effectively as a new application. I'm directing that to Bonnie and Trevor just to confirm in terms of how we should look at this. This is really looked at as, although permits were waived, it's still subject to the same review, really, as though it were a new project. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
The findings listed out in the staff report are what you're required to make here.
Correct. So this is nothing against the Colby family, against any member of the applicant team. I don't. No. I did not.
Let's get a motion.
Hold on a sec. I did not get a chance to speak. You did acknowledge me before. I let that go. That's okay. Well, I thought at least we get called out. So I just wanted to take this minute to say that's not what is happening here. It's just we're interpreting the code as we understand it, and we're not trying to impact anyone's lives just to, affect what the codes read. So I just wanted to make that statement as we go forward.
You got a motion to make?
I'll make a motion to bring back the resolution denying this permit.
Is there a second?
We need to identify for what reasons. Is it for the failure to comply with the 100-foot buffer that you identified earlier, Commissioner Euring?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to amend that to say also the municipal code section that we mentioned. Steve mentioned the LIP section and the parkland section in the LIP for setbacks and the neighborhood character findings. Is that acceptable, Steve?
I'll accept that.
I don't know which municipal code part you're talking about.
17.40040.6 C and F.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Call the roll, please, Kathleen.
Commissioner Euring,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Weil,
No.
Chair Jennings,
No.
motion
I move we
passes.
adjourn.
It's unanimous.
Everyone stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tied together, but do they need to be? I don't have the answer to that. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.